Yep, yep. It's the Monday before Christmas. I got mic level. Oh, good.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Come on. What are we doing here? Holy jeez. That's exactly what, guys, I had too much show tonight. I literally had too much show. I had to go through like a line item audit and cross some stuff out because it would have been a midnight show. It would have been, I had to push some things off into next week, or because tomorrow's show is full. Tomorrow, totally full. I got, Santa Claus. Like, what was his name again? Oh yeah, his name was Santa Claus. The real history, not just some BS history. I'm talking the real history, mofo. The real history of Santa Claus that only Dimension Zero can do. Like the real freaking history of Santa Claus. Tomorrow, I got a mystery subject for tomorrow. Total mystery subject, and then and some other stuff, and other stuff. Yeah, it's true. But it's literally 3 days before Christmas, right? 22nd, yeah, 3 days before Christmas Day. Now a lot of people celebrate on Christmas Eve, right? I know that we always did as a European family. Our big Christmas thing was on Christmas Eve, the dinner, the presents, the everything. And a lot of people do that, right? A lot of people do that. And that's okay. It's because I remember for me, it was kind of like then the next day, I would always have like the 25th for like my girlfriend's stuff to go to her, her parents' place. So it worked out really well. But tomorrow will be the real history of Santa Claus. The Santa Claus. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do the history of Santa Claus. It's going to be fun. And but for today, so I was really kind of the theme. I really wanted to kind of get away from Three-Eye Atlas, but some of the topics that I was still thinking about, it's like when I was talking to people, almost nobody knows what is the difference between an asteroid, a comet, and a meteor, and even a meteorite. What's between a meteor and a meteor? Most people don't know. It's true. And I got to say, I was actually, I knew the macro differences, but some of the micro differences, yeah, I got it. And then I got a great clip. And I think, look, I'm a big fan of Neil deGrasse Tyson. Big fan. I think Neil deGrasse Tyson he has a way of explaining things. He's got a masterclass show on thinking, on scientific thinking, on rational thinking. I've only seen part of it, but it's really good. Really good. But so Neil deGrasse Tyson puts this whole alien and comet thing in a way that makes so much sense. And I think it's only in a way that he can do, right? If you know anything, if you watched any amount of Neil deGrasse Tyson, you know this is a man who knows he's an orator. Like he's an astrophysicist, but he knows, just like Carl Sagan, right? The GOAT, the absolute GOAT, the greatest of all time, Carl Sagan. We put Carl Sagan on a freaking pedestal on this show. You can yell and scream all you want, it will not be loud enough. Not for Carl Sagan. But Neil deGrasse Tyson was Carl Sagan's protege. We spent a lot of time with Neil. I'd be okay with that. I guess I should have. Where was Carl from? I think he lived in New York or New Jersey, right? I guess I should have hung out there more often. Could have been maybe a protege. Damn it. Well, that's okay. Guys, at Christmas time, one of my favorite movies, I got to bring this up because I think at Christmas time ish, the season, we all have our favorite movies. And I got one of these. You might notice, it's hard to see him here, but I do have the Witch King of Angmar. He's on today's show. Yeah. The Nazgul. We got the Nazgul. Don't be afraid. I have him tamed, and I've shrunk him about 1/15 the size. He's no longer 7 feet tall. But this, I just thought, like, this is what, like, I just think it's a really cool, detailed. Do we get him? Do we get some clarity with him? Oh geez, I was practicing. There we go. I was there we go. I was practicing getting some in focus shots with him. There we go. That is the Witch King of Nazgul, whose name shall not be named because nobody knows his name. But I have always kind of considered. Give it up for the Witch King. Give it up for the Witch King. As a screenwriter, and I did try to be a novelist. I was never. I don't think I was. I've won hundreds of awards around the world in film festivals for my screenplays. Being a novelist and a screenwriter are two very different things. That's why George R.R. Martin, he's not a screenwriter. He can't. He's a novelist. He writes pretty good novels, right? Not bad. There's a lot of talk. You guys know the talk about the Song of Fire and Ice, why he's not finishing it. So many people are asking, why is he not finishing it? Why is he not finishing? He never gives an answer, right? It almost seems a little bit like the Charlie Kirk incident. It's like none of the answers add up. And look, being in Hollywood for a long time, what I think is the case, if you're a George R.R. Martin fan, is that when he signed on, basically he sold his book, his story, to HBO. That when he signed off on it, that HBO would own the ending. HBO would own the ending. And that the ending constructed by HBO, because you could imagine, you buy for quite a lot of money, you buy a franchise, and then the writer is going to change the ending that your TV and, that you spent, well, I guess they probably spent, what, $15 million per episode on? You're going to have the author say, no, that's not the right one. I'm going to give you the right one. I am 98% sure that he signed off. He gave the exclusive rights for HBO to determine the ending through their writers and directors, or through D&D, right? Which is also known as Dumb and Dumber now. Oh, those guys, D.B. Weiss and God, did they screw up? Did they ever screw up? My God. They could have went down as the greatest writers in history. Take 2 more seasons. You want 2 more seasons? You want 3 seasons? We'll give you 3 seasons. They didn't take it. But I think George R.R. Martin cannot finish the books because he is, and he can't talk about it. He can't talk about certain story elements. He can't discuss what might have happened, what will happen in his mind or his books. And I think there's a non-disclosure. There's a non-discussion, non-disclosure clause. And that, to me, that's the only thing that makes sense with George R.R. Martin not finishing up. And of course, now he's producer. He's doing there's a new, Duncan the Tall coming out in January, which is going to be pretty good. It might be pretty good. Like, it's not going to be GOT quality, but I think it gives us a little bit of energy. We need some energy back on TV, right? We need some energy back in into the cinemas, which isn't going to happen. Huge transition happening, but we do need some. But the one thing I will say about the Witch King from Angmar, it never made sense to me. It never made sense to me why the Nazgul never had their names. It came from a time where, really everyone knew their name. If he was a great Numenorian king, how do you forget his name? It's a plot hole. It's a name hole that doesn't make any sense with Lord of the Rings. He's a Numenorian king and you can't remember his freaking name? If the 9 Nazgul were great kings, We forgot their names. They weren't that great. We forgot. Look, I love watching the trilogy at Christmas time. I do. I love watching the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Because to me, they're Christmas because they all came out in the theaters at Christmas time, right? And they have a real, I don't know, they just bring Christmas, that Christmas feeling to me. Silk Dent. I had a great friend who enjoyed watching White Christmas on New Year's Eve. Well, that's a classic, right? White Christmas is a classic, Silk Dent, right? He has powers of persuasion. Is that Nazgul? Who are we talking about? Neil deGrasse Tyson. Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson? Did you ever read Isaac Asimov? He was a prodigious writer who wrote on a range of topics. I know the writer. I have not. One thing when you become a writer and you write a lot of stuff because you get locked away in a room by yourself for hours. And look, when you're a screenwriter or a novelist, you lock yourself away. People don't realize this. You are locked away for hours, upon days, upon weeks, upon months. And watching other stuff that is synonymous with what you're writing is a distraction. Because those are ideas that you can take, merge, and it's almost like, at least from my perspective, when I'm writing a screenplay, I want nothing associated with the genre, right? Nothing. Just give me. I don't even want to hear like it's like la 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 la. Because then you can kind of, to a certain degree, feel good that everything that's coming out of your mind is Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, right. He does. Yeah, powers of persuasion. He has powers of an orator. Obama had the power to read off of a teleprompter incredibly well. Take him off a teleprompter, you get a 25-minute, right? You get a 25-minute answer. What's your favorite color, blue or green? Well, that's an interesting question. I like to frame that as kind of going to just pick a color. Obama, pick a color. Just if it was not a teleprompter, it'd be like green. Okay, that's my favorite color. Green. That's my. But yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson is he has skills. He definitely has skills for sure. And but I do love look. I wrote a couple of screenplays and a TV show around Norse mythology because I am huge into Norse mythology. If anyone knows Norse mythology, you know that J.R.R. Tolkien ransacked. He freaking ransacked Norse mythology. People like to say he borrowed. No, he fucking ransacked Norse mythology. I mean, he took it. Elves, dwarves, well, actually, I don't think there's any, the Jotun, dragons, the trees, the rings. Who is Gandalf? Gandalf is the exact description of Odin. Like that exact description. Gandalf in Norse mythology means elf with a wand. Gandalf is a name in Norse mythology. All 13 dwarves were in the Prose Edda. The names. He took every dwarf. Durin, the most popular name, is literally in the Prose Edda, except it's spelled with 2 N's. And so Tolkien, one of the elf languages is literally every single rune taken from Old Norse language. And I think he added 2 runes, something like that. He added 2 runes and he said, this is an elf language. Wait a sec, that's fucking North. That's Old Norse. You can't, dude. The problem is, this was in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s. He never envisioned the idea of the internet where all this information would become widespread. It doesn't diminish, although the very story that he talks about was also a hugely popular German play, right? The Lord of the Rings, which was a Ring of Power. I forgot the name of the play. It was the most popular play in Europe. I mean, look, I still love Lord of the Rings. I love it. Just look, if copyright laws were still in force, he'd have his ass suit off times 10. I mean, that is basically, it's Norse mythology, but it's a great story. Characters are fantastic, everything. And that is that is the my Witch King of Amar. So you didn't know this stuff, Silk? I know a lot of people don't know a lot of the like the trees, like the elven trees. I mean, that's look. I mean, that is the Norse tree. What's the Norse tree called? You had the eight-legged horse, Sleipnir. Actually, even goes to Santa Claus. They basically. I'm giving away tomorrow's show. Damn it! Santa Claus is equated to a significant part to Odin. There's a connection to Odin and Santa Claus. They've all got beards. They all got beards, you know? Like a big beards. So I should do, one day, as a screenwriter, one day I might do a show on Dimension Zero about, because I am huge into Norse mythology. Norse mythology is literally, it is the backbone. Like, okay, well, Middle Earth is just Midgard. Midgard means Middle Earth. I mean, he literally took, Midgard, that's what is the translation for Middle Earth, Midgard. I mean, he took the foundation of everything that is Norse mythos, everything. Anyone who is a fan of Norse mythos will say, well, he kind of he did ransack Norse mythos. Yeah. But look, a lot of his, the depth of his story and everything like that is amazing. It's amazing. That's why it doesn't make sense to me why the Witch King of Angmar, I love, Viking lore is Viking lore. I wrote a screenplay. It's a TV show. It's actually my most winningest. I won like almost 100 film festivals around the world. I never sold it. I never sold any of my screenplays. Offers, yeah. I didn't want to have one of those 2.6s on IMDb. I would rather still own them, turn them into graphic novels, or turn them into novels, or turn them into comics, whatever I wanted to do. I didn't want to sell the rights away to the creations that I did. So that's where you get all these 2.6s on IMDb from all these crap movies. There's a lot of there's a lot of crap movies. There's even in the theater, there's a lot of crap movies. Running Man. What the hell? What the hell did I just watch? Like, what the? Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Movies suck nowadays. Did you see what is it? The witch one. I forgot the name. It's so forgettable. I didn't even want to go on it. With Ariana Grande and what's her name? The thing shot up on week 1 and then it just flatlined. It hasn't even broken $500 million. Like, people watched it, all the fans watched it, and it's like, no, had enough. Not gonna spend $50 because when you take the ticket, then you take popcorn and everything else, it's $50. No, thank you. No, thank you. You have got to take even Avatar. Tomorrow we are going to talk about Avatar a little bit. And of course, here on Dimension Zero, we do talk sci-fi movies and stuff like that because that's part of my wheelhouse as a screenwriter. Science fiction and science fact. That's where I get a chubby, Yeah, that's what I don't have. If I could marry that, I would. Or if I could if there's a woman out there that is like totally into like all that stuff, you guys know, I don't know. There's probably women out there saying, if I could find a guy, well, there's a lot of guys probably, but it doesn't make any sense that there is no name for a Numenorian king as powerful as the Witch King. And he does have some, like, what were the names? So the names that they did have, they had, so there's widely known non-canonical names, Murazador. Can I put him front and center? No, it's not going to be allowed. No, I'll hold him. That's the Witch King of Angmar. I did not like in the director's cut, in the extended cut, where remember when Gandalf meets him in Minas Tirith, and basically, I mean, Gandalf basically pees his pants. His staff gets broken, and he turns into a sniveling whiner. I have no idea why Peter Jackson did that. No idea. It did not make any sense to me. Even if you say that Gandalf and the Witch King of Nazgul are even, I don't think they're even. I think overall, if Gandalf unleashed his full might, like unload, like, dude, you get to unload, no more of this hiding your powers behind anything. Unfucking load. I think his power, he would have, you know, he would have wouldn't taken the Nazgul, with the Witch King of Angmar. That's what I think. I think there's a lot of theories to it, right? And one of the great things, he's got it right in my face. I'll kick your ass, Nazgul. I will kick your ass with taking my FaceTime. You don't take my FaceTime on my show. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. One of the great but this is what J.R.R. Tolkien does extremely well. And this is what I always try to do in my screenplays. Power needs to be inferred, not shown. One of the worst shows ever was The Crow. The second Crow came out this year, right? When you go out and you tell everybody that this character is a god. The first Crow was amazing because we got to see his powers. We weren't told his powers. The first Crow, we learned through each scene progression that, whoa, this guy is powerful. Like, it's like, it's Brandon Lee. You can't kill the fucker. Until at the end, he did have a weakness. What Tolkien does so well, and as a screenwriter, you try to embody the same idea. You look at Gandalf. You knew he was a lot more powerful but that's what made you want more. You never got the full payoff, right? The payoff of seeing power in action. And that's what great stories come from. It's what makes John Wick 2, 3, 4 not as good as John Wick 1. Because the first John Wick, you don't know how powerful this guy is until the Baba Yaga scene. And they combine, he's the one you called to kill the fucking boogeyman. He combined that imagery with him with a sledgehammer breaking concrete. Now, you might not think that's but the very image of that creates an undeniable payoff that we go, holy shit, this John Wick guy, you killed his fucking dog, and now he's angry. How much pain can he unleash? And then the rest of the movie, we're shown how much pain this John Wick guy, and he's not indestructible, right? At the discotheque, he got an ass kicking. That's what we freaking loved about him. The protagonist needs to get an ass kicking. That's why that's what creates tension. Don't tell me the protagonist is a god. So the Witch King of Angmar, which I think is a fantastic antagonist. But you forgot his name? He's like, he's a Númenorian king and you forgot his name? Anyway, there's from a screenwriting perspective, there's a lot of things I would love to talk about. And I was going through his names. The Lord of the Nazgul, we know that. The Black Captain, right? The Black Captain. Sounds so freaking sinister. What about Alien v. Witch King of Nazgul, right? We got the alien on the right-hand side. Alien, we don't see it on the mobile, my apologies. But Alien versus Nazgul, is that a movie? Can Warner Brothers sell the rights? Wait, who owns Alien? Oh, I think Disney owns Alien. Yeah. No. Who owns Alien? Damn it, I can't remember. And then Morgul, the Morgul Lord, the Wizard King, an early name Tolkien used in drafts before changing it to the Witch King. And the Morgul Lord, a title used after he captured Minas Illith. You gotta read these things. Minas Illith and turned into Minas Morgul. Remember that one? Minas Morgul. The Black Captain, his title is the highest general of Mordor, Lord of the Nazgul. His primary title as chief of the Ring Wraiths. I do not buy, because at the time when the Ring Wraiths were actually made, right, the 9 rings went out to the race of men, and if the Nazgul was a great Númenórean king, you forgot his name. In the lore, there should have been just some whispered name, right? A whispered name. That shit goes. Things that are whispered, that kind of like they're not told in the context or the dialogue between characters, but they're whispered between the pages. That stuff gives intensity. It gives you there's nothing worse than being literal in science fact. So we're gonna go into a Neil deGrasse Tyson video, which you will be absolutely amazed. The way he explains stuff. Neil is amazing. But when you start talking about stories, being told the literal translation of something is the worst thing you can do. It's the worst thing. Let there be nuance, let there be mystery. That's why Gandalf works so well. It's like, oh, I just want to see him whoop someone's ass, and he never does. Oh, and we're still waiting for that payoff. That's the mastery of the tone and the tendency of how Tolkien wrote. Power was assumed, not shown. Every character should be that way. John Wick 1, the first John Wick. Anyway, I've hung on way too long with this Witch King guy. I will kick his ass after the show. You only had 5 minutes, I told him. You got 5 minutes on this show, and then get your ass into the green room, and he's hung around the whole time, but that's okay. We love the Witch King, right? We love the Witch King. Yeah. The Black Captain. The Black Captain. So, there's new. Did you guys hear? There's new holidays in the USA. There's new holidays. I don't know how many people even know this. Nobody I spoke to knew this. Nobody. Oh, there's some. Nazgul. Sorry, Nazgul. Let me back up here. Asma. Hey, Asma. What's up? What's up, man? Tolkien was super racist. The dwarves were definitely Jews. At the time, they weren't Jewish. Were they? Never thought of it. I don't think they were Jewish. I can't recall how Tolkien handled that scene in the book, which was superior to the movie. It was. Yes, it was. And you're right. I can't remember verbatim. I watched Indiana Jones. I can put this up, actually. I watched Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, 1984. Spielberg was visionary. Spielberg in his younger days was visionary. And what usually ends up happening as they get older, they do, like the same thing right now with Avatar. A new interview just came out with, what's his name? James Cameron. He's done direct. I think he's avatared out. He is absolutely avatared out. He's talking about if there's an Avatar 4, that there will be a director, cinematographer. He's got a second unit. So basically, you got production crews, right? Game of Thrones, I think Game of Thrones had up to 3 production units. But he says he has 2 competent production units that he's talking about being the executive producer and stepping back from direction. So if Disney orders a 4th Avatar, he's going to step back. He is avatared out. He is 12-foot blued people out. He really is. I watched Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, 1984. Spielberg, and you're going back to a time where the greats, Spielberg, when he was young, it's same with Ridley Scott. George Lucas was always terrible with dialogue. George was always terrible with dialogue. He was great with George Lucas was one of the greatest world builders when it came to screenwriting and movies. He was terrible with dialogue. Tolkien was super racist. Yeah. Were the dwarves really Jewish though? Like, you know, I don't know. That franchise went money hungry. I swear Keanu only will do bad sequels. Time, I don't disagree with you. Look, the first, you're talking about John Wick. The first John Wick was a freaking masterpiece from a screenwriting perspective, introduction of characters, in creating an absolute mystique about who is this man? Who is this guy? And creating payoffs that you longed for so much. Before the end, you just... And then you fell in love with this guy. You fell in love with the world building. And then, you know what? It was never about a 45-minute fight scene. It never was. So when the fight scenes start in John Wick, it's like, can you hold this for me? I'm going to get popcorn and take a, you know, it's break time. Because I know this is going to last for 45 minutes. Lord of the Rings lore is pretty dope at the oh, it is. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that, look, he ransacked the names. Gandalf is Odin. Gandalf is literally Odin. Odin had a ring. What was the ring's name? And it bled off. What was it? 9 rings. Odin, everything was about wisdom. He was all wise. He would wander the lands with, you know, he was like the Grey Pilgrim. Well, who was the Grey Pilgrim? It was Gandalf. Gandalf is Odin. If you look at the description of Odin, that is freaking Gandalf. And Gandalf in Old Norse mythology is elf with a wand. It means elf with a wand. That is Old Norse. Look, it doesn't diminish the great story that he put together. It does diminish the idea that, look, a large part of the lore is, people like to say borrowed. They always say borrowed with Tolkien. They say stolen with everyone else, right? Say what you want. Hey, guys, Christmas, Trump. Oh, geez. Yeah, that's the way I know. There we go. Trump declares Christmas Eve and December 26th, the federal holidays. What does that mean? That means the United States, are you sitting down for this? That means the United States now celebrates Boxing Day. Welcome to Boxing Day, USA. Welcome to Boxing Day. Now, in the Commonwealth, now the holiday has something to do with boxing, the bosses or the odors. I mean, I could pull it up. It was a day where Boxing Day, celebrated on December 26th in the Commonwealth countries, originated as a day for the wealthy to give servants and the poor Christmas boxes containing gifts, leftovers. Oh, can I have some of your turkey you couldn't finish yesterday? Stemming from traditions of charity and servants getting a day off after having to work Christmas for the rich folk. Yeah, I mean, that is, give it up for the serfs. Give it up for the serfs. Look, we could have all been born in 1395, right? We could have been watching The Last Duel with, what's his name? Did you guys see The Last Duel? You know what? It wasn't. The stories were bad because it told the same story 3 times. But how Ridley Scott does his period pieces, he made 14th century Paris look amazing. Amazing. So, Anyway, so the United States, it's common for presidents to give federal workers a day off on Christmas Eve, depending on where it falls on the calendar. I think almost like everyone should have Christmas Eve off, right? Like, why are people even working on Christmas Eve? Some federal workers will have a longer holiday break this year in an executive order issued last week, which was, I think, December 18th. President Trump declared that Christmas Eve and the 26th will be federal holidays this year, meaning that federal departments and agencies will be closed as well. As noted in the order, agencies may require certain employees to work on those dates if necessary for national security. Hope they don't call me in. I don't know why they would. Me and the Nazgul, me and the Witch King. Hey, you guys got to come in. Why? Why? I got to. The order also does not change any existing laws to establish a permanent federal holiday, which Christmas already is. Congress must pass legislation and then have the president sign it into law. But, that's like, I think, hey, in the Commonwealth, which is, what is the Commonwealth? That is Britain. What are the Commonwealth countries? 56 independent nations. Did you guys know it's 56 nations? Members of the Commonwealth. Botswana, Cameroon, Gabon, Gambia, Ghana, Kenya, Kingdom of Eswatini. You guys know where that is? The Kingdom of Eswatini? I'm going there next year. Lesotho, Malawi. Why is it a lot of African countries? Mozambique, Namibia, Nigeria, Rwanda, Seychelles, Sierra Leone, South Africa, Togo, Uganda, Zambia, yada, yada, yada. Bangladesh. I did not know Bangladesh was a Commonwealth country. Brunei. So the Sultan of Brunei is a subject of the king, King Charles. I have a friend whose name is Charles. I do. I think everyone has a friend whose name is Charles. It's kind of an exclusive name, right? It's kind of like Charles. India, Malaysia, Maldives, Pakistan, Singapore, Sri Lanka. Singapore, I did have an inkling. Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, the Barbados, Belize, Canada. Where's Canada? Where the hell is that? Does anyone know about this Canadian country? What the hell? Just Dominica, Grenada. Look at all these countries. Europe, Cyprus, Malta, and of course, the United... Oh, there's more. Fuck. Australia, Fiji, Kiribati. Where the hell is Kiribati? Nauru? Nauru, Nauru, Nauru. I should share this with you guys. Why am I not sharing it? Look at these countries. I'm just going through, I'm just reading them all. 56 countries. I had no idea there was 56 countries. Australia, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, Samoa, Solomon, Samoa. Wow. Tonga, Tuvuna. When you come to dimension 0, we might have 0 dimensions, right? So we're not even flatlanders here. We're not even flatlanders. We're not even we have no dimension, which allows us to fucking conquer the world, baby. Just kidding. But those are so now those are the countries that the United States wants to emulate. That's not bad. I mean, hi, I'm from North Korea. Steve, you're not from North Korea. There's nobody named Steve in North Korea. Steve Stuck Austin. This man is on the registry. Well, I think fuck. I brought my Ouija board with me to watch your channel. Oh, that's good. I love a good look. Pablo is in a cult. You're the one in a cult. I'm the one that doesn't believe in aliens. I'm the one that doesn't believe in ghosts. I'm the one that doesn't believe in like weird stuff going on in the world. And you brought a Ouija board to Dimension Zero. I am literally the guy that doesn't believe in hocus pocus. Hocus pocus, my friend. You know, I had some space news. I've been yakking too much, but I'm going to skip the space news. So, in an attempt to be smarter with space, so a lot of what 3i Atlas, sure, I got to have some, a little bit of Merry Christmas, everybody. Can we do a Merry Christmas cheer? Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to all and to all. I know a lot of people are traveling today, tomorrow, Christmas Eve, a lot of travelers. But so the big thing with the whole 3i Atlas thing is trying to understand, like, does anyone, like, do you know the difference between an asteroid, a comet, a meteor, a meteorite, all these things? Does anyone truly know the difference? I knew for the most part, but there were actually some details. So what I did is I decided to make a little slideshow so we can go through and exactly identify what the differences are between after this slideshow, you will literally on Christmas Day be sitting there at, a Christmas table with everybody looking like the smart person, looking like I am. Oh, no, we want to remove that. No. We want to add that to stage. There we go. Come on, man. Oh, geez. We got to remove the comments. And then we got to go here. I have to create the scene so that when I hit one button, everything just changes automatically. So this is a little slide presentation to help us understand what is an asteroid, what is a comet, what is a meteor. Do you know the difference between an asteroid and a meteor? Some people do. Some people do. I did. But there's key oh, wait a sec. Is that oh, that's slide 2. Hold on a sec. Number 1, slideshow. Number 1, I'm going to pull up, that's the Pros Edda. Why do I have the Pros Edda up? I don't know. There we go. Okay, I'm going to move that over here. I'm going to move this over here. And, basically, meteor, asteroid, comet, meteorite, what's the difference? And there's a pretty good little diagram there. So, part of the imagery is about showing, so space is not empty. It's filled with ancient debris left over from the birth of the solar system, rocks, ice, dust, and fragments that have been traveling for billions of years. Some quietly orbit the sun, some streak through our atmosphere as flashes of light, and some even survive to fall to reach the ground beneath our feet. Understanding the difference between asteroids, comets, meteors, and meteorites isn't just trivia, it's how we make the sense of our place in a dynamic, constantly moving universe. Key differences in speed, orbital mechanics, and comet speeds. Comets, 150,000 kilometers per hour near Earth. Now, comets, they go fast because there's two different, so you heard about the perihelion, right? When it goes behind the sun, which is basically that slingshots, that is where the comet is going fastest. And when it's going through the aphelion, which is the slowest, it's at its farthest distance from the sun. That's where it's going the slowest, right? So it's got this kind of a follow Kepler's laws. Speed varies with distance. Comets from outer solar system gain massive speed falling towards the sun. It's the same with the the Parker probe. The Parker probe is going top speed of the Parker probe 430,000 kilometers per hour. Kilometers, right? Yeah, I think it's kilometers per hour. Insane. That's our fastest human object we've ever made. Asteroids generally stay in the inner solar system. Speeds are more consistent with and typically slower. Main belt asteroids travel at about 17 to 25 kilometers per second. And I think that's about 50 to 60,000 miles per hour, if I recall. Moving along, so we got to get to Neil deGrasse Tyson, man. We got to get to Neil. Asteroids, rocky, metallic, and so core difference. This is the core differences between asteroids, comets, meteors. Asteroids, rocky, metallic, and usually found within the inner solar system. So we're talking about the asteroid belt, basically. Comets are icy, dusty, and usually found in the far outer solar system. Meteors, the event that happens when space debris hits our atmosphere. So a meteor can be an asteroid and it can also be a comet. A meteor is when one of them hits our atmosphere. A meteorite is a meteor that survives the impact and goes through our atmosphere and the burning up of the and it actually remains found on the ground. That is the core difference between all four, but it gets deeper. So specifically, asteroids are referred to as space potatoes. They're space potatoes. Composition, primarily rock and metal, iron and nickel. That's primarily what asteroids are. Little to no ice. I think it's almost like zero ice, literally. Leftover building blocks from the formation of the solar system 4.6 billion years ago. And they I think it's good. Location. Most reside in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. That is literally where most of the asteroids come from, right there, right? They don't have tails. They look like giant cratered potatoes in space. Can I get some sour cream with my asteroid, please? Bacon bits and chives, too, if I could. Extra butter. Thank you. Thank you. No, it looks like the South Korean company. South Korea is did you guys hear South Korea is launching a rocket? Liftoff is at 8 p.m. Eastern. 8 minutes away. Let's keep going. Comets are dirty snowballs. So now we've defined what an asteroid is. Potatoes. Asteroids are potatoes. Comets are basically dirty snowballs. Composition. A mixture of frozen gases, ice, rocks, and cosmic dust. The nucleus is a solid frozen core of the comet. I guess very similar to a planet, right? You have the core of a planet, which is kind of like the nut, the nut. The coma, a fuzzy atmosphere created as ice sublimates, aka turns into gas near the sun, gets close to the sun. The heat heats up the comet, and then ice and gases that are within it. If you see that first picture, that heat. 3I Atlas actually had cryovolcanoes, right? There were cryovolcanoes in 3I Atlas. And then origin, the Kuiper Belt and the Oort cloud, the dimension zone edge of our solar system. Anatomy of a comet tail. Now this was a big, Avi Loeb, he really went hard on the old anti-tail, right? You have an ion tail and you have a dust tail. Comets actually have two distinct tails. It's not uncommon. It's actually common for a comet to have an anti-tail. An ion tail, bluish, made of charged particles, and always points directly away from the sun due to solar wind. So basically, where the anti-tail comes from is that you have these larger particles, larger molecules, because the solar wind is comprised of smaller particles. These larger particles are not as affected by the solar wind. So you have this dragging effect. And when the Earth comes at a certain degree with the perihelion and it hits it, you've got this look that like, wow, it's not alien technology, Avi. It's not. Newsflash. A dust tail, whitish, curved, and follows the comet's orbital path. Carrying on, meteoroids. The before stage. Definition. A meteoroid is simply a small piece of an asteroid or comet ranging from a grain of sand, yes, that's small, to a small boulder. Status, as long as it is still in space, it is a meteoroid. Context, these are the invisible travelers you often talk about before they become events. Meteors. Meteors are the falling star. Definition, the streak of light we see when a meteoroid enters Earth's atmosphere. The physics, it's not burning from fire, it's ram pressure. The air in front of the rock is compressed thousands of degrees, right? It goes in there and it's basically, it's hitting a dense atmosphere. Speed, they enter the atmosphere at speeds of up to 160,000 mph. 71 kilometers per second. Meteor showers, cosmic litter. What they are, Earth passing through the debris trail left behind a comet. Predictably, because comets have fixed orbits, we hit these trails at the same time every year, like the Perseids or the Geminids. Connection, every falling star in a shower is a tiny piece of an ancient comet finally meeting its end. And of course, they're one of the most amazing things to watch, right? When you catch a meteor shower, it's basically the Earth moving through as it orbits through and it gets all the... Well, there's actually a pretty good little imagery there of the Earth kind of sliding through and... Oh, wait a sec. Oh, meteorites. Meteorites. So meteorites definition is a meteor is large enough to survive the atmospheric heat and hit the ground. When it hits the ground, it becomes a meteorite. Looks stony. It looks like Earth rocks, but have a fusion crust. The iron ones, extremely heavy, magnetic, and made of solid metal. Palladites. Oops. The crown jewels, stony iron rocks with beautiful translucent crystals. Meteorites, the survivors. Those are survivors of the meteors that come into our atmosphere. Moving along, we got to get to Neil deGrasse Tyson. Number 10. So now we go beyond that, right? And we go to 3I Atlas, which has been the discussion. The 3I label, 3 means third discovered, I means interstellar. Why it's different? Standard comets and asteroids are bound to the sun. So asteroids basically come from the Oort cloud, right? That whole body of beyond, like past Pluto, where a series all out there. And that's kind of where you got these massive loops. And you got the perihelion and the aphelion, where you have the perihelion where it goes by the sun, and that is the fastest. Now, the fastest it goes and it goes out, it slows down and it goes faster and it goes boom, boom. Now, 3I Atlas is the third body that is from interstellar space, intergalactic space. Standard comets, asteroids are bound to our sun. The lobe, you know about the lobe debate, right? Avi, because it came from outside our system, people like Avi Loeb suggest its composition might be artificial rather than natural snowball material. But of course, if it comes from a different solar system, virtually every comet that we've seen came from our solar system. It has a consistent makeup. We know it has our solar system signature. So what Avi uses is all those things that distinguish it because it came from its own solar system. Literally, they think it could have been traveling for 7 billion years. 3I Atlas, 7 billion years. I mean, that's older than it's half the age of the universe. It's certainly older than our sun, older than the Earth. The Earth is 4.6 billion years. I think the sun started forming about 5 billion years ago. So it's pretty, it's pretty amazing. Asteroid versus comet versus meteor. Now to recap, so an asteroid, the main material, rock and metal. Home base is the inner solar system. Survival rate high. It basically just stays in orbit. Comets, main material, ice, gas, and dust. Home base, the deep freeze, the Oort cloud, way out there. Some comets have, like Hale-Bopp, it literally comes in once every 2,534 years. That is to Hale-Bopp. Literally, it came in 1997. Before that, it came before Alexander the Great. Came closer to around the time Leonidas. Leonidas was probably whooping a little Persian ass, and and Hale-Bopp came by. Hale-Bopp. A meteor. Main material of a meteor, atmospheric friction, the event. That's when it's coming into our atmosphere. Home base, the Earth's sky. So when you look up and you see that fireball coming in, that's a meteor. Survival rate is basically zero. It is the event. The meteor is it's the event more than it is an object, right? Once that object hits our atmosphere, it becomes a meteor. A meteorite. So a meteor is basically the event that happens in the sky. When the meteor hits the ground, it's no longer a meteor, it is a meteorite. It's a big distinction. Main material, stone or iron, basically the remains of what came in. Home base is the ground. Well, it hits the ground. Boom. Survival rate is 1%, less than 1%. We see these things, basically blow up in the sky. The amazing, effects of watching a meteor shower, right? It's a meteor shower. If the meteor shower, if any of those pieces hits the ground, it is now a meteorite. And usually a meteor shower is those pieces broken apart from a comet, but those comet pieces become meteors when they enter our atmosphere. The interstellar outliers. This is going to become way more like this whole 3i. There's going to be 4i. There's going to be 5i, 6i, 7i. It's going to be happening a lot more, guys. A lot more. The I designation in the world of dimension. I took that out. I stands for interstellar. These aren't just local rocks. They are visitors from other star systems that have traveled across light years to reach us. We're talking light years, right? These are 3i Atlas, 2i Borisov, 1i Oumuamua. These things have been coming constantly. They're not new. It's just that we're starting to see them. Our technology we're going to be finding so many more. It's almost going to at one point in time it's just going to be routine. It's going to be like 5,627i. 1i Oumuamua, 2,000. You guys remember Oumuamua, right? I mean, who doesn't? Who doesn't remember Oumuamua? Our first confirmed guess, it looked like a long metallic cigar and exhibited non-gravitational acceleration, meaning it sped up with a visible comet tail. This is the object that launched Avi Loeb's career, yes, into the alien tech debate. That was, remember, you know this guy named Avi, right? Avi Loeb? Yeah. Yeah, he's the Harvard astronomer that cried wolf. We can always get the Witch King of Angmar to go kick his ass. Actually, no. Look, Avi got a real nice Netflix deal out of the whole thing, so we can be happy for Avi. That's fine. He always says it with a smile, but he doesn't need to throw everyone else under the bus while doing it. He doesn't. 2i Borisov, 2019. Do you guys remember 2i Borisov? Probably not as much because Avi wasn't yakking that it was an alien, like it was a Cylon space cruiser or 2I Borisov 2019. Unlike Oumuamua, Borisov looked exactly like a traditional comet, but its speed was so high that it could not be from our sun. It proved that normal comets exist in other solar systems just like ours. It shouldn't be a surprise. It's not like only comets exist in our solar system and the other 400 billion planets or stars and 2 trillion galaxies don't have comets. 3I Atlas 2025, the latest enigma. While it showed the icy characteristics of a comet, its trajectory was so precise and its arrival so hyped that it reignited the conversation about whether these interstellar objects are natural debris or intentional probes. I don't think... Again, I'm not one who believes aliens are visiting us. I don't. Almost finished. And we're going to do Oumuamua, one eye. So everyone calls it Oumuamua. It's actually called one eye Oumuamua. One eye Oumuamua. That is the actual name. The anomaly. Now, understand, we've never taken a picture of Oumuamua except the first one, which is just a little dot. We have no idea what it looks like. So we don't know if it's cigar shaped. We don't know if it's like 4, 5, 6 pieces of rock that are sort of hung together by very loose gravity amongst them that are traveling. We really do not know what Oumuamua looks like. We don't. No idea. But the cigar shape was a big part of the what would you call it? The cult of Oumuamua that took on its own life and said, "Oh, it's got to be a spaceship." It's the perfect size. The anomaly, the object that changed everything in 2017, it didn't look like a comet, but it didn't act like an asteroid. And it didn't act like an asteroid. The non-gravitational boost, its strange needle-like shape, although we don't know it was a needle-like shape, and sudden boost in speed without a visible comet tail defied every natural model. And look, if you want to believe it's a alien spaceship, you're more than welcome to. The alien tech debate. This led some, like Avi Loeb, to suggest it was a piece of alien technology, a light sail drifting through the void, the first sign of alien intelligence. 2I Borisov, a normal comet, a massive icy comet that behaved exactly how we expected, proving that normal chemistry exists in other star systems. That's a big word. Spectroscopist. when you go live on YouTube, you lose about 10 IQ points. Fuck it. Analysis revealed its coma was rich in carbon monoxide and water ice, confirming that the fundamental ingredients for comets are consistent across the galaxy to some degree. Not alien tech. Even Avi Loeb explicitly accepted that 2I Borisov was a natural object, a comet, suggesting our solar system is a standard blueprint, not a chemical anomaly. And that on Saturday, he did a little interview basically conceding that probably 3I Atlas is just a comet, but I don't think he's going to concede until we hit Jupiter on March 16th. We'll find out. The interstellar wild card, 3I Atlas, a hybrid object, a hybrid of sorts showing the icy tail of a comet but traveling on a trajectory that some believe is far too intentional to be a mere accident of physics, a potential between us and another world. It has an anomalous trajectory, exhibited a highly anomalous orbital inclination, bringing it significantly closer to Earth's elliptical plane than any other known interstellar visitor. I kept the wording as is just because it is a matter of fact, but it's not really. Look, we're going to have ones that are going to even come closer, that are going to even look more anomalous. They're going to even look more like alien spacecraft. We are going to start finding these things left, right, and center. The amount of the number of telescopes that are being launched through all the different light spectrums, right, is enormous. The eyes of the Earth are on you. You will not send spaceships to us without us knowing. Evidence of processed alloy. Now, the evidence of processed alloy was basically scuttlebutted from the idea that it's been being hit by radiation for billions of years as it traveled across the Milky Way. High-resolution thermal imaging revealed a surface density far more consistent with processed alloys than the porous, loosely bound dirty snowballs we typically see in our own Oort cloud. But again, that was a lot to do with 3I Atlas traveling across the galaxy and being hit by radiation, cosmic rays, all those things as it passed different star systems. Like I say, Avi Loeb, I did do a show on Saturday where Avi Loeb basically conceded. Yeah, okay, it's a comet, but let's just wait till Jupiter on March 16th. So that's the next big day. That's the next big day for 3I Atlas. But Neil deGrasse Tyson has something to say.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Neil has something to say about that, and Neil has a way of saying things that is well, that's Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? He says it in a way that's clear, and he says some things in this interview that are, I think, that are absolutely thought-provoking, easily thought-provoking. Where are we here? Oh, Tracker's back. Hey, Tracker. Do I remember the? Oh, let me back this up here to the last. Hi from North Korea, Steve. Like I said, you're not from North Korea. I'm not. Steve from. There's nobody in North Korea named Steve. I brought my Ouija board. Oh, we already did that. Yeah. Alien invasion, says Pablo. Well, I mean, you could kind of say that Santa Claus is kind of an alien invasion because Santa Claus is like riding down with his 8 reindeer, which breaks the laws of physics, makes no sense. So you could easily say that Santa Claus, there's nothing on Earth. He's got to come from a different solar system, Santa Claus, because that mofo's got powers. Remember the movie Halley's Comet? I don't, Pablo. I don't. Tracker, asteroid belt, watch thought to be a planet. Yeah, that is, yeah. Or it's a planet that was never able to get formed because of the gravity of Jupiter, which would have been pretty amazing, right? Look, there's some stuff that Neil deGrasse Tyson talks about. Do you think that we maybe only had 7 or 8 planets? As a matter of fact, listen to what Neil deGrasse Tyson says. That there is probably a lot more planets that are currently orbiting our star system. It's one's thought. Tracker says one's thought. Yep. Michael Thomas. Hey, I have a kind of good question. I know it's got to go for 75 years, then I won't be alive, and when it comes back. But when and how far out does Halley's Comet go? I mean, that's a good question, my friend. We'll probably Halley's Comet. Oh, geez. So the next appearance, the comet is scheduled to reach its next perihelion, quote unquote, the closest point to the sun, on July 28th, 2061. 2061. So that would be, what is that? 46 years? For 36 years. 36 years from now. In 36 years, Halley's Comet will hit its perihelion, which is the closest point to the sun. The current location as of late 2025, the comet has passed its aphelion, which is the farthest point from the sun, spelled Aphelion, aphelion, reached in December 2023 and is currently traveling back toward the inner solar system. It is located in the constellation Hydra, over 5.1 billion kilometers, or 34.3 astronomical units from Earth. It last appeared in 1986 when it was studied by an international armada of spacecraft. Armada sounds like Battlestar Galactica. We sent like our star troopers out, including the European Space Agency's Giotto and the Soviet Vega probes. So that's what we know about Halley's Comet. All right, that's one of the more popular ones. But 2061 is going to hit us so you got the perihelion and the aphelion. So because comets go, it's like, and then when they hit right behind the sun is when they absolutely speed up and go. And as we just learned, if you've been with the show, or if you just joined us, we just learned all about the difference between asteroids, comets, and meteors. When comets go through these long, they're from the Oort cloud, and asteroids are from the asteroid belt. Very different objects. Asteroids are made from basically iron and nickel, and the Oort cloud, those objects are made from mostly sort of ice, but they go through these long loops. And when it gets closer to the sun, it hits its perihelion, and when it hits farther out, it hits its aphelion, which is the outside, the farthest and the slowest. The aphelion is the slowest part of a comet's trajectory. So that is the NASA deception, deceived, beguile. Look, if you believe that NASA deceived, I mean, it was closed for 43 days. That's cool. I can't look. I don't not believe ASA, their fantasy world, Mark. I got it. Hey, look, that's your opinion. I highly doubt that NASA is at the center of the conspiracy. It seems like Avi Loeb is a lot more at the center of the conspiracy than anyone else. Look, you can hate NASA. You can think that they are engaging in activity that is less than above board, or NASA has never struck that way. Do we want more info, more pictures, more this and that from NASA? Yeah. I don't know. I mean, look, I don't believe aliens are visiting us. I don't. Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't. Brian Greene doesn't. Most of the high profile astrophysicists don't. I don't. I never have. Pablo, not sure if the name an asteroid is supposed to Earth. Oh, Apophis. Yeah, Pablo. So an asteroid, it's called Apophis. It's supposed to come very close, 2 Earth diameters away from Earth in 2029, and that is Apophis. Very close, very dangerous. I mean, that is pretty close, right? I did a slideshow yesterday on Apophis. And it is. I mean, it's not huge. It's about the size of the Eiffel Tower, Apophis. And Apophis is, of course, the Egyptian god for chaos. But we've been assured 100% that Apophis will not hit Earth. If it does hit Earth, it's a country destroy. It'll destroy a small country. It'll destroy like Manhattan, New York. If it hits Moscow, it'll destroy Moscow and about a 20-mile radius outside of Moscow. But Apophis it's going to come within. We have satellites that are like within 24,000 miles of the Earth. It's going to be around 20,000 miles from the Earth. 20,000 miles. Apophis in 2029. So that is really close. That is really close. Almost scary. But you know what? They say that asteroids like Apophis only come from 7,500 to 10,000 years. It's very rare. I don't know if anyone can say it, right? Because these are random events. You can have a random event happen at any time. But they do track all of the comets. They do track all of the asteroids. The only thing that's kind of a random event would be the interstellar ones, 3I Atlas, 2I Borisov, 1I Oumuamua. We don't know. We will be finding a lot more. There's going to be 4I, 5I, 6I, 7I. There's going to be a lot more coming. I mean, this whole gravy trade has just started. Avi Loeb has just signed one deal with Netflix. He probably has multiple deals with Netflix coming up. He is going to be. If Avi keeps the whole choo-choo train going, he is going to be a rich man. Very rich man. Merry Christmas. We got to get to Neil. We got to get to Neil deGrasse Tyson. We got to get some Neil. I love this interview. Let me get rid of the comment. There we go. This is I'm an admirer of Neil deGrasse Tyson because the way that he very simply takes logic, analogizes it in a way that makes sense. And here he's talking about Three-Eye Atlas. He's talking about aliens. And he's also talking about the way conceptually our minds put it together. The way we think, how basic human intuition, human thinking takes certain ideas and quickly packages them up in a way that we need to explain things right away, or in the easiest way. So let's get right to it. Let's get
aliens
Neil.
Paying us a visit from another star system?
Oh.
What's up with that?
Hold on a second.
Let's go back a few thousand years.
Okay.
Aliens.
Let's start this again. So So Neil deGrasse Tyson. Oh, let me fix the. I really do enjoy listening to his logic on things, and I think this really exemplifies. This is a great look. This is a great 11-minute segment of Neil deGrasse. Listen to it, and you will be probably a little bit smarter at the Christmas table this year.
Aliens paying us a visit from another star system? What's up with that? Let's go back a few thousand years. Consider that people try to understand the world around them. And in so doing, every time they got to a point that they didn't understand, in came the power of a god.
They explained everything, right? Going way back. Doesn't matter what mythos you take. It was always explained by God. We didn't understand thunder, it's God. Lightning, God. Earthquakes, God. Floods, God. This God, the God, right? It was a quick and easy way to explain, because humans want everything explained. And if we can't explain something, if something comes to us as it's God. It's like that was an easy way out, right? That was.
Let's go back to ancient Greece. Storms rose up in the seas. Where did that come from? How? Why? Did they have meteorology? No. Did they understand barometric pressure? No. Did they know anything about the atmosphere? No. But they knew the will of Poseidon.
I love the way he puts it. They had no meteorological experience. They knew nothing about weather. Nothing. But they knew Poseidon. That's all they knew. They knew who Poseidon was, the god of the seas, the brother of Zeus.
Poseidon would be enraged by the behavior of people on the shores, and that would account for what they saw. This assigning the glory and the wrath of a deity to things we don't understand is coined by philosophers as the god of the gaps. It's actually got quite a noble history when you think of it. One of the greatest works of science ever is Principia Mathematica. In there, Newton unleashes the 3 laws of motion, the laws of gravity. He figures out how the solar system works. He's figuring out, how do these planets sustain their orbits? Are they pulling on each other, and in what way and how? He figures all this out.
And it's a difference in thinking, right? The gap of the gods. We fill the gaps with the gods, or we use the ideas that someone like Sir Isaac Newton uses, and we actually just figure it out. We stop to figure it out, or we just fill in the gaps. We go, it's a god. It's a god. Don't just sit down. It's God. But of course, we know that when we fill the gaps with God, those gaps are eventually filled with science.
But wait a minute. Every time Earth goes around the backside between the sun and Jupiter, Jupiter's going to tug on it a little bit. comes back around again, Jupiter tugs on it again. Jupiter has a strong gravity. What's going to ultimately happen to Earth's orbit? In this scenario, Earth's orbit will become more and more elongated. The gravitational tug of war between the sun and Jupiter will yank Earth out of its orbit, destabilizing the solar system. Not only Earth, the other planets as well. He said, oh my gosh, this will take time, but clearly the solar system is stable. So he writes, can't understand why it's stable, because I know my equations work. So God must step in every now and then to fix things. Now you got to be badass to invoke God at the limits of your knowledge when you explain so much with the equations you wrote.
And that's really right. With every time, this is the big thing. Every time the limits of science are hit, God is evoked. And we've seen it through the centuries. Through the centuries. And every time we learn more and more and more, the places where we invoke a God because we need God to fill in the gaps becomes pushed out farther and farther and farther. Science doesn't care about a God. Never has, never will. Who cares? Blind faith cares about a God. But science is the enemy of blind faith because science fills in the gaps. And this is how, like I say, Neil deGrasse Tyson is brilliant in describing these things to the vernacular, to the average person, the layman.
That, by Newton, was a God of the gaps invocation. He brought in God when there was something about the natural world he could not explain and did not know. Notice
Exactly.
Newton did not invoke God to explain the force of attraction between Earth and the moon. He nailed that. He wrote down that equation. That was working. He didn't invoke God when he talked about his 3 laws of motion. Force equals mass times acceleration. That works. We still use it today.
And Sir Isaac Newton is arguably the greatest mathematician, scientist of our time. But even still, he hit places where he invoked God because that's where the science stopped. Where science stops, we need to explain it. I know how to explain it. God.
He only invoked God at the limits of his knowledge.
Yeah.
So let's fast forward to the second half of the 20th century on into the 21st century. What happens? Well, we have Hollywood. Nothing better than a good sci-fi movie with aliens in it. And aliens, they're aliens. So they got better technology than us, better spaceships. They do stuff we can't do. It appears to me that we live in a time where God of the gaps has been supplanted by alien of the gaps.
So, guys, like this to me is the biggest thing of this entire interview or this entire. If we take a look at what's going on today in pop culture, in pseudoscience, the gap of the gods, which at every juncture where over the last 20 centuries, 30 centuries, 40 centuries, 50 centuries, 60 centuries, has been filled with the gap of the gods. We can't fill that gap. Well, we don't know what happens beyond this. Well, that's got to be God. Okay, this is where God starts, right? And of course, that keeps on getting pushed out farther and farther. Well, now it's turned out to be the gap of the aliens. It is so true. And this is where Neil deGrasse Tyson is brilliant. He is able to deconstruct these things to its basic core. And he is so on the money.
I've had people come up to me and say, where did the pyramids come from? And I'm saying, well, I'm thinking the ancient Egyptians built it. How could they have possibly built that? That's too complicated. They must have gotten help from aliens.
Again, look, I have never believed that the pyramids were ever built by anything other than the Egyptians. And I know people that are like, they're just vermin without even evidence, because what they feel is evidence lacking. They fill in the gaps with aliens. Well, we could fill the gaps in with this whole construct of, Stargate. We'll have Ra come in and actually become a real character. But this is brilliant. I think this is Neil deGrasse Tyson at his best.
Alien of the gaps. So this urge is strong. And I get it. And I feel it. And I want it to be true as well. I don't want to use it as a substitute for continuing to ask questions. about what you're looking at. I don't want to use it as a substitute for the simple statement, I don't know what it is. That's powerful.
This is why Neil is so good. He paints it in a way to understand, and every time it hits a place where humanity cannot explain it, we invoke something. We used to invoke God, now we invoke aliens. Well, what's a fucking alien? We can't explain it. It's an alien. It's an alien. Age of disclosure. There was one military guy that went onto the tarmac and then met a tic-tac alien ship that landed. Well, why wasn't there two military people? Why wasn't there a military guy and a cohort of military personnel? There was just one guy, really? Did he get an ashtray? Did he get a pen from like behind the guy's ear? Did he grab like the floor mat? Did he grab something? He didn't? Fuck, what a dumbass. What a dumbass.
If you don't know how to say, I don't know, that means you're going to walk through life requiring answers to everything. And you know something? Some of those answers, many of those answers will just be shown to be wrong because you are invoking an answer when there isn't evidence to support it.
Can I say, God bless you. God bless you, Neil deGrasse Tyson. God bless you.
We see things in the sky we can't explain. There's a light in the sky and it moves rapidly. I don't know what it is. Investigate it. Let's get more data. I'm all in. But the moment you say, I don't know what I'm looking at, therefore I know what I'm looking at. I'm looking at aliens. That is a leap. Oh my gosh.
This is why I love Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm telling you, man. He is so good at just putting the basics in a way that it's like, oh shit, yeah. And what he says is it's just the process of thinking. It's the process of conceptualizing. We hit the point where we can't explain it. What do we invoke? We can't explain it, so we invoke the gap of aliens. We used to invoke the gap of God. I love Neil deGrasse Tyson. I love the way he puts things.
That's a leap. And it's a leap I'm not prepared to take. What's gotten a lot of attention of late, deservedly, is we've had now 3 visitors from interstellar space. Love it. We've been looking for these puppies for decades, by the way. Everything in the solar system, the planets, the moons, the comets, the asteroids, all of it. If you calculate how much energy it has, it is contained within the solar system. None of these objects have enough energy to escape the gravitational pull of the sun. The sun owns them. That's our family. It's the solar system. So we learn about the planets, we go there, we land on them, we land on the moons, we land on the asteroid, we landed on comets.
The fact that we can land on asteroids, guys, the fact that we can literally land on asteroids now. You think about that. You think about this little tiny rock floating 300 million miles out there. And we can launch something to rendezvous with this little tiny speck and land on it. I don't think people really appreciate what the frick we're doing in math, science, and the STEM business. This is underappreciated. But when it comes to simple stuff like, well, we can't explain it. Well, it must be an alien. It's aliens. It's alien. Alien. It's
get data, so we get a sense of what these objects are. That goes into our catalogs. We form our hypotheses. We have some theories that get tested. That's how science works. Now we have a visitor from another star system. Again, we've been looking for these for decades. We expected it to show up at some point. Here's the solar system in orbit around the center of the galaxy, drifting through space. Something's bound to visit us that escaped another star system.
And that just makes sense, right? And there's nothing. If you guys have been listening to Avi Loeb, and I've done a lot of shows with Avi Loeb. how he talks about things. He stretches things. It's like everything is an elastic band. He will take something and stretch it to the point where, well, it's got a 1% chance of being this, so we have to consider it. Okay, well, yeah. But the difference in psychology, when you take someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who speaks about Three-Eye Atlas, comets, the gap of aliens, the gap of gods, and then you take Avi Loeb and how he discusses these anomalies. It's like, in one case, you're speaking to a scientist, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and then on the other side, you're talking to a theologian or something. You're telling me, wait, Avi Loeb is an astrophysicist, used to be the head of astronomy at Harvard? Really? Are you serious? This is the difference between critical thinkers, critical thinking, like Neil deGrasse Tyson compared to Avi Loeb. The two are dramatically different. One way of thinking helps the human species a lot more than the other way of thinking, and I'll let you guys decide which one it is.
By the way, models for the formation of our solar system suggest that we might have been born with many more planets than 8. Upwards of 10,
this is good.
A dozen, 15,
So
20, possibly as many as 30 planets.
30 planets. So basically you've had this massive array of planets, rock, circulating, the chaos of the early solar system. All of these planets, all of these different rock formations. I mean, if we could live 20 billion years and we could live in like interstellar space and we could watch these things and we could sort of speed up time and watch the formation of our own solar system, what really happened and how much debris gets thrust from the orbital gravitational forces that our sun creates, right? It's all about our sun. Everything is about our sun. There's only 4 forces in the universe: electromagnetic, gravitational, the strong force, and the nuclear force, and the weak nuclear force. There's only 4 forces. That's all we got. That's all we got to play with. Matter of fact.
Started in this solar system, many of which had unstable orbits, crashed into Jupiter, crashed in the sun, or got ejected. You get ejected with higher speed that could be contained by the sun. They're out there somewhere. We think that happens in every star system that formed. So some of that junk at some point is likely to pass through our star system, the solar system. Okay. So 3 objects have been found in the last decade, okay? 3 of them. And they've had some anomalous features. Fun. I love it. The first of these, Oumuamua, discovered with telescopes in Hawaii. That's a Hawaiian word for first scout, basically. So that, as it came through the solar system, we said, all right, we know what trajectory an object with that speed and that direction coming in should take as it rounds the sun. Then there was the actual trajectory, which was different. Like, whoa. Well, comets have a way of outgassing when they get near the sun, and that puts an extra little sort of force on their arc of motion that has them move in ways that are not purely gravitational.
That's Three-Eye Atlas was outgassing to the extreme. It had cryovolcanoes. It had so many things going on its surface. But even something as much, we do not know what Oumuamua looked like. This is an artist representation. We don't know whether it was a cigar shaped. We don't know whether it was 4, 5, 6, 10 fragments that are sort of loosely knit together by the gravity of their own, and flying through space. We do not know what Oumuamua looked like. We've got a little dot of space to go by, but we don't know what Oumuamua looked like. Outgassing creates, when you're talking in the vacuum of space, it doesn't take much energy to change a comet's direction.
And that's true for all comets. So we thought maybe it's outgassing. But suppose you look and there's no outgassing. So what's going on? Well, that's fun. We don't understand it. Not initially. So what's your first thought? Is it aliens? That could be. Like I said, it's not my first thought. I promise you, it will be my last thought. But it's not in the list. It's in the list. It's just way down based on the history of trying to understand things that we don't understand.
And I think that's really important. So Neil deGrasse Tyson has said, look, could it be an alien? Yeah. I'll hold out a 0.0001% chance of it be, but it's at the very bottom of all of my lists of possibilities of Oumuamua or 3i Atlas. Avi Loeb he actually thought, okay, 2i Borisov, it's a comet. It's a comet. But Neil deGrasse Tyson, he basically, is there a chance? Absolutely tiny, minute, it's infinitesimal. I'll leave that alive as a percentage, but it's so small that it becomes pointless to turn it into any significant point of discussion.
We have two more objects that have come through, and they have some weird properties. The brightness, the rotation rate, and so they don't match some of our models for what comets and asteroids should do. Whatever anomalous behavior these objects exhibit, I'm delighted that they're finally in the catalog, and we'll figure it out one day, maybe. And while my first thought is not that it's aliens,
I love that.
I promise you that is one of my thoughts, but it'll be last on the list. It's easier for me to recognize that interstellar objects are fundamentally different from anything we've studied in the solar system before.
And of course, that only makes sense. You think something that developed or was created in an absolutely alien solar system, billions of miles away, every solar system is going to be different. There could be planets that develop around a star with intelligent life, whose planet is absolutely deluged with gold. They have so much gold everywhere they put a pick into the ground. It's freaking gold. It has no value because it's everywhere. In our planet, gold is quite rare. We got to dig through a lot of other rock to get it, or platinum, or whatever it is. Other solar systems may have an abundance of those properties that we have not much of. We don't know. Every solar system is going to be different. So every 1i, 2i, 3i, 4i, 5i, 6i, 7i, 8i, 5,000i, which it will get to 5,000i very soon. Because I think the age of discovery of these intergalactic objects is just beginning.
So we have to derive a new understanding of what an object can be as it moves from one star system to the next. It's easier for me to think this is a new kind of object that requires way more study than we've given it thus far, than to say, aliens did it. Aliens. Based on my read of history, and I do a lot of reading of history, I have a certain resistance to swapping out God of the gaps and replacing it with alien of the gaps. That's just me. Regardless, in science, you always want more data. Always. You need.
I really think that was probably so relevant in what he said, is taking the God of the gaps and replacing it with alien of the gaps. So we need to explain everything as our human intuition, or at least a lot of people that do not use like the scientific, like Carl Sagan says, scientific thinking. We need to explain it. So we're using alien to fill the gaps instead of what used to be primarily God to fill the gaps. And it's quite profound.
More data, you want better data, you want different kinds of data, different kinds of telescopes, different kinds of observations, different people observing it. Often a person might have a bias that can influence how they interpret what they see, or how they even measured what they see. The good thing about science is we have built-in error-checking mechanisms. One of them is peer review. That's one of them.
And that's right. Could you imagine if religion had to go through peer review? Like the process by which your peers had to go through and, go through the mechanics of your scientific process. It gives you I've been told, and I've heard, that the peer review is one of the most stressful points in a scientist's life. You go through, you create these theorems, or you create these hypotheses, they create the mathematics or this idea, and then you put it up for peer review across the whole entire spectrum of the scientific community. Basically, it's like the scientific community will say, yeah, you know what, that looks, it looks like your math is good, or you get torn apart. And I totally get why peer review is one of the most stressful things that will ever happen to a scientist.
Someone looks over your shoulder and say, "What are you doing?" That's one kind of peer review. Street peer review. What the hell are you doing? No, it's more formal than that, obviously. But you get someone else to sort of check up on you. They're really checking for your biases. Because as science, we know we are humans just like anybody else, and we carry biases.
And that's the key thing. What are your biases? If you are known to be a theologian or to be religious, dramatically religious, and you put out a scientific paper, well, instantly we know your biases. We know what your inclination is, what your opinions are, and where maybe some of your ideas may be skewed, not based on science, but based on belief. Belief is not science. Science is somewhat droll, but science fiction, like everything that Einstein had to think of conceptually, was incredibly imaginative. Einstein was one of the most imaginative people. That's what made his brain slightly better maybe than the rest of ours, or whatever it was, his process of thinking. Science fiction is a part of science fact. As a science fiction writer myself, without science fiction, science fact is relegated to, is lost when it comes to science discovery. Science discovery needs fiction. It needs hypothetical thinking. It needs a way, but it needs critical thinking even then beyond that.
So you don't want your bias creeping into either your acquisition of data, your analysis of the data, or your interpretation of the data, because some other scientists will call that out.
Beautiful, beautiful.
You want it to be sort of as straight as you can. And once you did all your homework, sure, you can speculate, go ahead. But the speculation should trigger more observations. Good speculations will do that.
And I think this is why, look, Neil, this is what makes Neil a fantastic orator. Like just what he said, right? It has, and this is what Avi Loeb is not doing. He's sensationalizing, and he did get a Netflix deal. Did I mention he got a Netflix deal? Yeah, he did. He did. He got a nice Netflix deal. The numbers were not disclosed, by the way. They didn't disclose the numbers, but Netflix did. You
want to know what's up with that? Aliens coming to visit Earth? Maybe. But based on my read of history, unlikely. And that's another edition of Star Talks. What's up with that? Until next time, keep looking up. Aliens paying us a visit.
So there you go. That is, I really loved. Yeah, I think Neil deGrasse Tyson has Neil deGrasse Tyson has a way of speaking to the vernacular, to the average person, that makes sense, that puts things in perspective. And I think the biggest thing that I heard from that, which I think it's alien gap and God gap. Every time, and it's the people who believe that aliens are visiting us. I believe in alien. Look, I believe in intelligent life. I believe in aliens. It's just, look, it's not visiting us. It's not. There's zero evidence to suggest that there is anything. The age of discovery is a joke. It's a joke. And I am happy to debate anybody that has, that is contrary to that. We've done things with the Corridor crew who absolutely destroy and debunk all these alien sightings. We'll do a lot more with the Corridor crew. But we need to be very deliberate in our thinking, deliberate in our choices, or in how we present information as fact long before it is, you can't go just like 3i Atlas comes through and then Avi Loeb just says, oh, it's an alien craft. The only person that made money off 3i Atlas that is all the clickbait farms that turned out all the bullshit. They're talking about December 19th. I have a video coming out in the next day or two about December 19th, the crescendo of 3i Atlas, where Cylons were supposed to come out and start attacking. Something was supposed to happen. And look, this is where Avi Loeb on the weekend said, he literally said, I think it's a comet. Because he looked like a dumbass. Avi Loeb looks like a dumbass. He's still holding out for Jupiter because it's going to become to the Jupiter Hill rotation of the planet. Is it coming close? Yeah, but you know what? A lot of things come close. These are random events that come through, and there's nothing magnificent about it. We've got Mjolnir. Mjolnir's back. Mjolnir. What's wrong with Dogstar says? What's wrong with a little bit of help? No, I think aliens did it unless proven otherwise. It keeps the magic alive. Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's true. I guess it does keep. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's. Whale says, "What's up with you two?" I don't know what that means. Mr. Noise, Temu Chuck Norris. Hey, look, I met Chuck Norris a couple of times. I actually that's how I moved down to Los Angeles, doing an exercise machine with him and Wesley Snipes. 'Cause I used to be a kickboxer for 8 years. And every Wednesday we do Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris Chuck Norris tough jokes. Chuck Norris tough memes every Wednesday. Temu, am I missing something? What is Temu Chuck Norris? Am I missing something? Tyson is a midwit from Fry From. I don't think I did. No comment. Keep it easy. Prove it. Fry From's talking. There was 6 million planets. There could have been. I think Fry From has been having a Monday beverage. Tyson is a realist. No imaginary hypothesis from John. Where is Tyson? Oh, Tyson. Tyson is a realist. No imaginary hypothesis. So, John, yeah, Tyson is. It's the way he explains things, right? That's the big thing. It's the way he explains things. He keeps it in the vernacular. He keeps it in a way that is allowed to that settles in with the average person. That's the thing with Tyson. I mean, if Fry says Tyson is a midwit. I mean, I would love to see. Look, just from your comment, if that's all you can, like Tyson, if that's all you can say, you would think that you would have a little bit more of a little, if Tyson's is a midwit, like you have to ask her, what does that make you? Because it's not like you're like coming out with any sort of, grandeur design of his intellect. That's, dude, you literally used. Every one of your words was one syllable. Fuck. Well, I guess Tyson is 2 syllables, and midwit, because you put it together, should be probably a hyphen. Look. Yeah, you're okay. You can have your own opinion. Tyson is a realist, not an imaginary hypothesis. Realism is not basis for truth. It's not Mjolnir. It's not a. Is that a spaceship? First, it's giving off radio waves. Mjolnir also adds second, it has changed color spectrums, not to mention the anti-tail, which is Mjolnir, and the anti-tail is look, the anti-tail has happened across multiple comets. It's nothing new. What happens with the anti-tail is you have larger molecules, larger particles, because the solar wind is basically comprised of small particles. And so these larger particles are basically unaffected by the solar wind. So they drift off in their own direction. And when the Earth hits the certain angle by which the peripherion, where it goes around the sun, it looks like, look, Hale-Bopp had an anti-tail. There's nothing going on. Nothing. I mean, this is so hold here. Gold-based stars as well, instead carbon-based stars like ours. Gold-based star? Gold. Nothing. So when stars go through the fusion process, it goes to hydrogen, helium, carbon, oxygen, iron, basically. That's, and once it hits iron, it's red supergiant, and it's over. Once a star hits iron, the fusion process, it's over, right? That's the gold isn't rare on our planet. Well, it's hard. It's not rare, but it's hard to get. I mean, you can, Mjolnir, I know what you're saying. I hear you. But it is hard to get. The one thing I would say about gold is there's no practical way to use it. Silver, at least we can use silver, right? So Mjolnir, there's. I mean, I'm not gonna disagree with you 100%, but we have ways of using silver. Gold is just jewelry. That's the only way we use it. Is gold processed as being more rare? The problem, or the good thing with gold is people are sniffing that the gold standard, if you went back to the gold standard with all the cash, the funny fake money that the government has put out there with their fiat currency, you would have to have 100 times more gold in circulation than there is today. That's what makes gold valuable. Because when they went off of the gold standard back in the early 1970s, it created the funny money world. Now I worked on Wall Street for 8-9 years as a market maker on ARCA, Instinet, and Island, NYSE, and NASDAQ, as well as an economic analyst. When they went off of the gold standard, it messed everything up. We're fucked. We're fucked. If they went back to the gold standard today, you would have inflation of like 1,000%. 1,000%. It would be so ugly. But fiat currency and the Federal Reserve, yeah, you know what, everyone? Guys, the Federal Reserve is the biggest bullshit organization, independent of the federal government. I could go deep into Federal Reserve, Jekyll Island, how it was formed, how they tried multiple times before that, how Woodrow Wilson said that, yeah, I basically have subjugated an entire nation to financial slavery by signing the act that made the Federal Reserve legal in the United States. That is the most powerful organization in the United States, arguably the world, because they also are associated with the Bank of England. So Mjolnir, I would not disagree with you when it comes to gold and look, I have been in the financial business for many years. So the veins that push up through the crust are hard to get, but the veins underneath there, the size of skyscrapers. And that could be true. We got to get to it. But the fact is, it is what makes it is we need so much gold. We need endless amounts of gold to cover the amount of garbage money that is out there. Garbage money. That's why gold is valuable, because the amount of garbage money. The only reason, why do you take a $10 bill from everyone else? Because we trust that when we take that $10 bill, we can go and spend $10 with it over here. Now, on a real-time basis, it doesn't change. But over years, as we just found out, when Joe Biden printed $10 trillion worth of zero money value, Money printing creates inflation. Money printing creates inflation. That is an economic fact. And as long as they keep printing money, so Trump is like giving all the money away. Everything in surplus, give it away. As the debt, not deficit, as the debt hits 39 trillion, where does it stop? At which president does it go boom? We're in trouble because there's not enough gold to cover the amount of garbage, funny printed money that the government has put out there. That's why we're in trouble. So we could use some of the gold in other planets. Do I believe in human rights? If so, do you believe in abortion should be abolished in the U.S.? Oh, boy. Oh, that's Calvin. You know, so if you abolish, look, I'm going to say this. I mean, 80% of the United States believes in the first trimester abortion. 80% of the United States. I do not want to see young girls going into back alley coat hanger abortions. I do not believe in the Democrat view that abortion under or abortion under any idea, any way. That is 9th month. Remember in Virginia, they had the 9th. They were talking about the 9th month. They were talking about when the baby is born, but the mother wanted an abortion, but the baby is accidentally born. That they could still kill that baby because what the. The Democrats have lost their way. Just look no further than Minnesota. Holy Jesus Christ. No, I believe in first trimester abortion. I do. I believe in, that's a hard, 80% of America agrees with me. 80%. I don't like any political. I don't. I fucking don't. Maybe I have to. Do I have to? I am in between. I am in between Republican and Democrat. I am. I'm right in between. I am a third party center. I'm not religious, so I'm not going to buy into the BS of the whole idea that I don't want to see the 10 Commandments at the steps of our schools. Are you kidding me? Thou shalt not idolize false idols. What does that mean? But thou shalt not kill is not on the 10 Commandments. It's not there. So that's okay? Is that okay? It's not there. Is that okay? Who got me political? You son of a bitch! I'll kill you. Mjolnir, 3 eyes, the type of radio wave. 3 eyes, the type of radio wave it gives off. No, 3 eyes stands for. Okay, I'm not even getting into that. Mjolnir. Atlas Asteroid Terrestrial Last Alert System. Well, you have like a YouTube channel where you sell this stuff. It's not. 3i Atlas distributes a radio wave every 144 minutes. Oh, jeez. Steve. Hey, let him sleep. Laughing out loud. Who's sleeping? Virgil. Dumb shit, commie. Well, that can't be me. I don't know who you're talking about. That can't be me. I was born in Brno, Czechoslovakia. We fled the Soviet invasion. No one hates communism more than I do. Nobody. No fucking nobody. We were refugees when I was 9 months old in Vancouver. You want to talk communism? I know, because my family was wiped out, destroyed from it. I don't have a family today in Canada because we were refugees here in North America. I spent 20 years in Los Angeles, 20 years as an adult in Canada. I've seen, family in Europe. I got it all. I got all the trifecta. Hey, imagine some scientists are... Okay. Noon. Hey, Noon. How you doing? If you believe in a materialistic worldview, then the universe is completely deterministic. Oh, I got. So nothing you say or do or matters because the outcomes are already determined. So Noon. I have, yes, determinism versus free will. I strongly believe that there is a very high chance that everything is, if you take if you mathematically, now the mathematics that are at this point are so far beyond, but if you take everything mathematically is precise. So at the very start of our universe, at the Big Bang, everything had there was no randomness because you could compute every molecule's interaction mathematically to an exact specificity. Exact specificity. And every reaction beyond that, you could calculate with an exact specificity. Every particle reaction, and this is what I think you're saying, Noon, every particle reaction since the beginning of time, at least in our part of the universe, I believe the universe is infinite, has been a verified, calculable interaction between particles. That means through billions of years, just like if you could compute when you hit a cue ball and playing billiards, if you could compute every little finite, the trillions of input variables to shooting a billiards ball into a corner, it's finite, right? You could compute that. So determinism basically says, and it's the same thing with our brains. Our brains are a series of electrical patterns that are that can be predicted based. Yes, the statistical anomalies are to the trillions, quadrillions, trillions upon trillions to trillions of possibilities. But determinism is, I think there is something. So, long story short or short story long, there is something to determinism that I think is a matter of fact. You could argue determinism and that there is no free will, that whatever you do tomorrow is already predetermined. What you do, whatever happens 1,000 years from now, is predetermined because the mathematical probability of interactions between particles is finite to the point of exactness. And every particle reaction to the end of time is predictable, but we don't have the compute power to figure that out. So Noon. I mean that. Yeah. Look, that is a philosophical argument when you take determinism versus free will. Determinism has a very strong footing. Michio Kaku would have said it's definitely aliens. Yes, he would. Well, Michio Kaku is one of the most AI-generated faces on YouTube. He is. I actually, you know what? I don't know what Michio Kaku's opinion is on 3i Atlas. Aliens are true. Well, hey, Don, if you believe in aliens, I mean, I believe in aliens. They're not visiting us. I believe that intelligent life exists somewhere in the 2 trillion galaxies in our observable universe. I don't think they're visiting us. No, not at all. 0%. I think it's 0.00001% that they're visiting us. There's a tiny chance. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in aliens. It is a fact. It is not a fact. Not even close to a fact. Why? Well, you're predicting. You're predetermined. They live among us. Yes. Nice guy looks definitely like Chuck. Tyson chicken. James says, good old fractional banking. There you go, baby. James knows exactly. Fractional banking. Exactly. If you know fractional banking, so you have a somewhat of a financial background, James Brown. You have somewhat of a financial background if you know the concept of fractional banking. Who cares? I don't know about what, but you better care everything, whether it's economic or whether it's cold. Deport to Israel. What? Me? Do I look Jewish? You think I'm Jewish? Look at my nose. Look at my nose. No. Like I think I'm the farthest thing from Jew. I have like no Jewish in me. I am like Northern Germanic. I was literally born in Brno, Czechoslovakia. My whole family is from the Northern Germanic lands. I am Jewish? What the fuck? Abortion is not abortion. I don't know if it's a Jewish value. I don't believe in abortion. except for the first trimester. Abortion is not a Jewish value. Come on, cold. That's simplistic thinking. It's the kind of simplistic thinking we don't need right now. It's not political. It is not even a political argument. It's because one party thinks this, one party thinks that. It's a social issue. Do you want young girls going into the back alleys and having coat hanger, dying from coat hangers? The first shit happens. 80% of America agrees that the first trimester is okay for an abortion. If 80% of America agrees on that, it should be a matter of fact. Even a lot of Republicans are coming over that way. A lot of Republicans. A lot. The last thing we need is 16-year-olds dying in back alleys again. I'm not pro-abortion. I'm not. It should not be, especially in the second or third trimester. There comes a point in time that maybe, and all I say with that is listen to the majority. What does the majority have to say? I don't care about the fringe. I don't care about the far left fringe that thinks it should be 9 months or the far right fringe that thinks it should be 0. There's a middle ground that 80% of Americans, 80% of the world agrees with. So let's just keep it there where most people agree. Where is it that most people agree? Look, if 80% of the people believe in this and I disagree, I'll go with it. Okay, fine. The majority agrees. The extreme on both ends have just got to pipe up and take it. I mean, that's still kill that baby. You just said that. Well, maybe phrase it any way you want, I guess. You can phrase it any way you want. Deport to Israel ASAP. I gotta go to Israel. I'm going to Israel, baby. Hey, Netanyahu, Benjamin, you're going to have this agnostic come into Israel. I've read the Old Testament. It's fucking bloody. Have you guys read the Old Testament? There is some, it is like a Conan novel, right? The Old Testament is like a Conan novel. Hey, Zach, when the trolls start to come, your channel is growing. Oh, Zach, you're kind of right. You're kind of, hey, you just said that. You just arrived. Zach, how you doing, my friend? I guess when the trolls are coming, I guess you're right. Look, I love a good debate. I do. I don't like getting political. And look, to me, abortion is not political. It's just social. Where do most people land? I ask myself, where do most people agree? Where do most people come to a consensus? When it comes to social stuff, where do most people come? It's like gay marriage. What do I care if 2 girls want to get married? I don't. 2 guys want to get married. Go crazy. I don't care. Because I'm not religious. If 2 guys love each other, they want to get married, go for it. Go for it. It's not my thing. Just like I don't agree on 2 girls marrying each other in the sense of I agree with it. Like if that's who you love, that's who you love. I'm not. No one has the right to tell you who you love or who you don't love. Zach, a fucking awesome point. Zach says 80% of people agree that Die Hard is a Christmas movie. So it shall be. Oh yeah, motherfucker. Oh yeah. There's no way you can watch Die Hard and not get Christmas vibes, right? There's no freaking way you can watch Die Hard and not get Christmas vibes. It's like Lord of the Rings. I know it's nothing to do with Christmas. It's only because each Lord of the Rings came out at Christmas time. So it just reminds. So that's why I watched the trilogy. Probably twice, 2.5 times, bits and pieces. I love, right? And that's why I brought out my buddy. That's why I brought my buddy. I love this. It's so good, right? The Witch King of Angmar. So good. If you're going to have a Merry Christmas, you're going to have to watch at least Fellowship. To me, the Fellowship of the Ring is the best movie. To me, I don't think Return of the King is the best movie. I think The Fellowship is the best movie. Yeah, The Witch King. The Witch King. The Nazgul. The Nazgul. So, Creative says, sorry, I thought Lord of the Rings was so boring. That's okay. Hey, that's your opinion. I'm not gonna argue that. Creative. There's no way. I think that's, look, when it like I'm a science guy. I'm also a screenwriter. I've written many screenplays. I've won hundreds of awards around the world in film festivals, both large and small. I'm a science guy. I respect opinion. If you found, look, Lord of the Rings is not your cup of tea because the fantasy genre doesn't affect blasphemy. That's true. Well, I know what you're saying, Zach. I know. Yeah. But Lord of the Rings, look, it's opinion. So when two people go see a movie, one likes it, one doesn't, and maybe for the most part, more people like a movie than not like a movie. There's still a consensus by which the story that was told affected more people positively than more people negatively. So then it's a good movie. Lord of the Rings affects people positively more so than it affects people negatively. So if your thought is that you found Lord of the Rings to be boring, that's fine. That is fair. You didn't like it. I find rom-coms to be incredibly boring. I know people who freaking love rom-coms, right? Love them. That's their bag. That's their wheelhouse. That's what they love watching. And look, it's like Barbie. There's Joe Rogan, or there's, what's his name? Dumbass from Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro. Dumb fuck Shapiro. I think Ben Shapiro is a biased dumbass. That's just me. Okay, right? He could call me any day if he wants to. I would love to debate his ass. I would love to debate Ben Shapiro's ass. Love it. But Barbie, Joe Rogan basically said with Barbie, he said, what the fuck is your problem? They didn't make Barbie for 30, 40, 50-year-old guys to go. When I went to go watch Barbie, I was like the only guy in there. And there was like 50 or 60 women with their daughters, granddaughters, or whatnot. And I was sitting there doing a review going, holy fuck, okay, I get it. And at the end of the movie, Ben Shapiro had such a problem with Barbie wanting to go to a gynecologist. This is a movie about freaking women. Do you want what? And arguably, Ken stole the show with the song, right? He even sang that at the Oscars or one of the award shows. Ryan Gosling actually stole the show. It's a female movie, and it sold $1.5 billion in tickets. Did I like it? No. Wasn't for me. Was it a good movie? Fuck yeah. Because it hit its target audience, nail or hammer on nail. They nailed it, and they made so much money. So it's a good movie. Not from my perspective. Not from my perspective. I haven't even watched it a second time. Creative creature blocked and reported at FBI. I don't know what. I don't even know what to say except to give it applause. he's not blocked here. He could, I think it came out the same time as Hannibal, and I really wanted to see that. But my friends became Born Again Mormon. Whoa, that's Born Again Mormon is pretty intense. So she couldn't see it. Oh, that's Creative saying. I thought that was Zach. Creative. I think it came out. I got okay. Born Again Mormon is pretty intense. Like I am fairly. I am not. I have nothing. The blind faith thing is crazy to me. It makes no sense. But I have friends that are Roman Catholic or whatnot. But I'm a firm agnostic. I'm not an atheist because I do hold out the chance that a simulation might actually be a matter of fact. Maybe this concept of God. I did a video on the concept of God. It's a 10-dimensional being. If we have multiple spatial dimensions, time not being a spatial dimension, but if we have a fourth spatial dimension, which is kind of like represented by the tesseract, right? Then we have a fifth spatial dimension. You got all these 90-degree angles coming off and representing themselves as basically a fourth dimensional creature entity will have a three-dimensional shadow, just like us three-dimensional beings have a two-dimensional shadow. This is the easiest way, I think, of representing dimensions. A fifth dimensional spatial entity where time is not temporal. The dimension is non-temporal, non-time. So a fifth dimensional entity will have a fourth dimensional, put that in there, a fourth dimensional shadow. A sixth dimensional will have a fifth dimensional shadow, and so on and so forth. So if you try and envision a fourth dimensional entity that has a shadow like us, so its shadow would appear like us. But if we went to the fourth dimension, spatial, not temporal, the fourth dimension is not time. Einstein used time as the fourth dimension to represent his theory of relativity. But if you take dimensions, because the first three dimensions are spatial, so the fourth dimension is spatial. You have the tesseract, right? That's the same thing they used in look, Marvel does nothing but take stuff from real science. Marvel takes stuff from real science, just like the whole multiverse, the whole timeline thing. They take real science and they put it into science fiction, which is fine. It works good, right? It works good. But a fourth dimensional spatial entity we would see this fourth dimensional entity in our dimension appear and reappear in crazy angles that we couldn't define or adjust or put reason to, because the fourth dimension exists outside of our sphere of understanding and outside of our sphere of conception. Just like that would be the same thing to a fifth dimensional being, to a fourth dimensional being. A fourth dimensional being would be just as messed up if they were dealing with a fifth dimension, spatial dimensions. The question becomes, does the fourth spatial dimension exist? Can consciousness exist in four spatial dimensions? This is a fantastically powerful philosophical and mathematical argument. It's big. Chris Braun says I'm schizophrenic. Or creative creature, or possibly show up as ghosts. Well, no, the problem with ghosts are, and I think Brian Cox, the problem with ghosts are, so you have to, people always say ghosts are energy. Well, what kind of energy? Then it has to have an energy, a signature. So therefore, if ghosts are energy, we could measure them. Well, we can't. We can't measure them. There's no measuring material. We know what the four forces are in the universe, right? Gravity, electromagnetic, the strong force, and the weak force. There's only four forces. We know the types of energy. So if something has an energy, if there are spirits all around us, we would have the energy signatures. We don't have those energy signatures. Chris Braun says, "Brah, shut up." I don't know who he's talking to. It's the right of Chris Braun to speak, unless he becomes an asshole. Zach says, wait, the Twilight Zone is the fifth dimension. Maybe. Chris Braun says, the real question is, how many men has your mom not slept with? Creative Creature says, that or he is telling me to shut up. No. Well, don't shut. I will not. Unless someone gets really like an asshole, like I just banned the last dude. You become a. The last thing I want to deal with is a dumb idiot, right? Get them the fuck out of here. But if you're even if your comments are slightly sarcastic, slightly punchy, I'm down with that. Argumentative, I'm down. Give me the arguments. Just don't be a dink. You know, the second you have to become a dink, it just shows it shows you're probably have a low IQ. You got to get rid of the low IQ. I ban the low IQ. But I do enjoy. Look, if your opinion is opposite to mine, that's okay. That discussion, that's a good discussion. I mean, quite honestly, we really cannot argue science over God. God relies on blind faith. Science doesn't care about God. It doesn't. The only thing I can say to those people that believe in God and blind faith is, okay, own it. It's yours. Own it. I can't. Your belief system is based on something that is fundamentally impossible for me to argue against because it's founded on nothing. It's founded on blind faith. Blind faith is not a totem pole of fact, or fact or scientific peer review that you can rest your hat on. It's based on bias, centuries of millennia of, but I'm not going to tell you not to believe in God if you believe in God. Like, it's not my place to, I was kind of kidding that maybe ghosts were the shadow of something for the. Oh no, I kind of got that. No, yeah, creative. I kind of got that. Yeah, but it does be. Yeah, but I only say it because it's an interesting comment, right? You propose an interesting comment. And it's a comment that a lot of people will propose that ghosts are some sort of manifestation of a higher dimension. No. We can't see the fourth dimension. And if ghosts are some manifestation of energy, it has to be measurable. As Brian Cox says, if it's not measurable, it doesn't exist. It's that simple, right? Evolution is inspired by Satan. There's an entire, I remember when I was in university, there was an entire university newspaper, and I found bits and pieces of it that argue that actually God is evil and Satan is the good one, right? Because an evil entity will argue that believe in me unequivocally or else. I am everything. I am good. I am bad. I am this and that. And if you do not believe in me, I will cast you into the fires of hell. Or the devil says, look, man, just be yourself. Just be yourself. Relax. You want some food? You want some this? Relax. Be yourself. There's an entire argument, philosophical argument, which is credible. It's philosophically well-grounded that in essence, God is the evil one. How an evil entity would just read the Old Testament. Like, are you kidding me? Just read the Old Testament. That's a Conan book. That's Conan, blood and guts and gore. And if you are Jewish and the Old Testament that's your bag, that's cool. I'm not going to argue with you. It's like, own it, keep it. And if you get upset at what I say, well, I'm sorry. I got to know what to say. Because your belief is built on. It's like, well, what's his name came out with? Do I still have that? Oh my God, I might even have that somewhere. If I find this thing, I will have many a people. What is it here? Is it here? Is it here? Is it here? Ah, it's not there. 312, 411. No. 412, 511. Oh, this is no way. Oh, no way. 8, 12, 9, 10, 11. Blue Origin. No. You know what? It's the guy when he comes out. What's his name? Burton. He comes out and says, I have these 15 commandments. 10 commandments. I mean, and he's Jewish. Tim Burton is Jewish. And he's poking fun at it. It's okay to poke fun. You can't poke fun at your religion. Oh, man, come on. I can poke fun at science. I sure can. I sure will. Sure do. Sure have. Where did I leave? Where is God bless you? Yeah, are you a Mitch Crane? Are you a scientist? Well, define scientist. Is a scientist who's someone who believes in rational fact? And yes, I am a scientist. God bless you all, and that's fine. You know what, William? That is a compliment. When someone tells me God bless you, I take it as a compliment because I know it's meant as a compliment. Even though I'm agnostic, even though I don't believe in God. Someone tells me God bless you, hey, thank you. Okay, I'll take that as a compliment. I assume you meant it as a compliment. Why would I take it as anything else? I don't need to berate you, or like if you want to come and thank God for this and that. Okay, well that's your prerogative. I have no need or desire. That's your thing. I support. Great, right? I was kind of kidding, and that maybe goes. Oh, wait a second. Okay, I'm creative. We already did that. Evolution is inspired by Satan. Yes, evolution is inspired by Satan. Evolution is inspired by science. Science, dude, it's science. You just need to open up your mind just a little bit. You need to go out and do an unbiased, an unbiased audit of your world. Unbiased. Just need to drop all of your beliefs, all your biases, everything like that, and just go take a look at the world. And if you still come back and say, that's fine, okay, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just you and I won't agree on the same subject. If you're a random chemical that happened accidentally, if you were a random chemical that happened accidentally, that thinking makes you an idiot. Well, I would literally say that you don't even know what you're talking about. The very fact that you don't even have an idea what you're talking about, William, is like, do you think maybe you might be the idiot? Do you think for a second it might be you who is the one? You're the one throwing these titles around. I don't even care about your religion. I don't. But you are so threatened by science, you need to call me a name. You are so threatened by the very idea that science continues to prove most things wrong, everything wrong in religion. You need to call me a name. Have I called anyone in religion a name? I don't need to. But you feel compelled to become antagonistic. Fine. I guess what? You throw daggers, you throw names, you call someone an idiot. What's 9 times 7? Quickly, what's 9 times 7? What's 16 times 24? Quickly. Don't open the Bible to get that. The Bible will not give you that answer. You don't need to call people names, William. If your religion says what it says, you should be bigger than that. You're like, really? Are you that small? William now says demons. Really? Are you that small? Are you that short-sighted? Are you that small-minded? Is that all you can think of? Is just reference back to. Think of something that is like will make people go, ooh, maybe he's right. Those kind of arguments just make you look, I do not do arguments. Golden. Hey, Golden. Hey, you know what? If you don't do arguments, that's typically the easiest way not to get into an argument. It's like, yeah, you know what? Generally, I agree with everybody. That's my policy. I agree with everybody. Fun shits and giggles. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, my friends. I do want everyone, I don't care who you are, all of you, people I agree with, people I disagree with, people that I may have a little bit of friction with, have a Merry Christmas and a safe Christmas. Safe. I would like you to be safe. Satan inspire you to believe that you are a random chemical. Fuck. Was it Satan? Was it Satan, or was it that freaking university textbook? It's okay, William. I just do my best. Golden, your best is fine with me. Your best is fine with me. Absolutely. Christmas. dude, Leviticus and Exodus are out there. Just seems like a bunch of laws, which include not to procreate with sheep. It's comedy hour. Like, you know, I love open debate. I creative. Oh, I should put it up there for all to see. I guess if we're getting close to Christmas, the discussion, I know. Look, I'm I I know that we are in the delicate balance of life. You know what drives me crazy? I've said this before. When I go to the gym around 3 a.m, sometimes 4 a.m if I can't get to bed early enough. And I pass these two massive churches. One is Roman Catholic, and I believe one is Lutheran. They are massive. They are both probably 50,000 square feet. 50 frickin' thousand. Every time I pass them, day and night, empty parking lots. The parking lots are like a football field sized parking lots. Each of these churches they have like 10 acres. They must be 10 acres, both of them. And they're side by side. And they're always empty. You've got these two massive structures that are always empty. And there's people on the street homeless. There's people on the street, families, people living in cars. But yet these massive structures sit empty 85%, 90% of the time. 90% of the time while people are on the street freezing, hungry, families that can't, but yet, and you're telling me that this God is all benevolent when these freaking structures, 50,000 square foot structures, sit empty on nights that are below freezing. Empty, closed. No, you cannot come in. No, I know it's the Lord's money has built this structure, but you damn homeless people will stay on the street. You can come in on Sunday morning when we open up for 5 hours. That's what we're going to do. Otherwise, stay the fuck out. Why does a structure that big have to be closed when the money that's given to it is offered to it based on charitable donations, but yet the fucking thing is closed 90% of the time? People freezing, mothers and children. No, they can't go inside. Sorry, we're closed. Sorry, we're closed. See, closed. No, we not today. Come back on Sunday. Come back on Sunday. Well, the preacher makes $100,000 a year. Well, they're $120,000 a year. Undisclosed because it's a charity. They don't need to disclose their financial information. Tax-free. But these buildings sit empty. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of buildings across the world sit empty 90% of the time. While people go homeless, mothers, fathers raising children have no place to go, but these massive structures sit empty. And if that's a God that you think is all benevolent, that to me is humanity. That is humanity at its worst. That is not an all benevolent God. That is humanity at its worst. If you live in a place where things go well below zero, if you're in Montana, Wyoming, Denver, all the northern states, the church barely lifts a finger to help people that are truly in need, really in need. I see it every single day. I drive by the empty frickin' churches every fucking day. Fuck you. Just kidding. No, but it is true. These churches are empty. They are. And that is a disgusting display of humanity dressed up as privilege. I'm sure some people are calling me out on this. Save your fake applause. Would you say the same sport for sport venues? And don't get me wrong, I don't agree with those churches either. That's an interesting, Josh. That's an interesting question. So the difference is sport venues are not charities. Churches literally rely on 100% donations, the 10%, 15% tithe. I think it's now up to the 20% tithe in some places. They literally take money from people tax-free. A sports venue is not tax-free. It is not a charity. It must report its full taxes, 100% taxes. If it's profitable, it pays taxes. If it's part of a sports team, it must provide those taxes to the IRS, to the Australian government, to the New Zealand government, to the Canadian government. A church does not. It can take in money and not even record the money, and the people that run. There's so much fraud that is constantly uncovered at churches. Millions of dollars of scams. So what you're trying to analogize is not an equal analogy. Sports, they must report their revenue. They must. But also a sports arena does not open up under the guise of God and all benevolence. It doesn't. A sports arena opens up for the purpose of football, of hockey, of whatever it is, of private enterprise. A church opens up under the guise of charity. It opens up under the guise of helping people. It opens up under the very spirit of helping those who are less fortunate. That is the reason it exists. A sporting arena exists for those people to watch a sporting event. A church exists under a tax-free structure, which very few organizations get to use, but churches do. And they say, we will help people if you give us your money. That's the difference. Big difference. It's a very big difference. If you disagree with me, that's fine, but that is a matter of fact. What do you think of accelerated evolution? I do believe there's something to it. I think that we may be able to see pockets of, under compressed times, of evolution at work far faster. I think we might see human evolution occur much faster. Look, I remember when I went to high school. I remember her name was Janet. In grade 8, she got boobies, right? In grade 8. She was the most popular girl in junior high school. Janet. That's all I remember, Janet. But kids today are sexually open 3, 4 years, 5 years before we were back in the 80s. It seems to me kids are walking sooner. Kids are walking like 9 months sooner than they used to. So yes, there's something to it. Sit empty, Samuel, sit empty. That's an interesting way of capitals. Josh says, and that's not God, and you said it, it's humanity. Do you open your home to those people? I'm not a charity. I do not have, no one gives me money to look after people. No one gives me money to open my home. My home is not big enough. You don't know who I am or how I do it. Have I given money away? Fuck yeah. I have given a lot of my money away to charities, directly to friends and family, or not family, but friends, to help them through hard times. Would I like that money back at times? Yeah, I really would. But when I give it away to friends who really need a hand, I don't expect it back. Have I helped people beyond my means sometimes? Yes, I have. It has nothing to do with opening my home and having another family sleeping in my bedroom beside me. You're changing the argument. It doesn't matter what I do. The matter of fact is the churches get so much damn money. It's not even an argument. You're basically saying, okay, yeah, I got it. You are right, Danny. You are absolutely 100% right. But let me spin that on you. Let me just twist that a little bit. So you agree with me. I don't have the financial power that churches have. A 50,000 square foot building with a parking lot that could probably fit 5,000 people. I am not a church. I don't collect money for free, and the money that I collect, I do not get to claim it as tax-free. Everything I make is taxed. Churches are not, there's no equivalence. Again, you got to find a fucking equivalence. I do not get to be a tax-free charity and take a 10% tithe from everyone that looks at me the right way. Oh, fuck, that'd be a nice, could you imagine? Just give me 10% of your money. Why? Because I will speak the good word. I will speak the good word. And, I can write off my tithe to you and you don't have to pay taxes? No, you give it to me. I don't got to pay taxes. What's your salary? Oh, I don't know. I don't have to disclose it. Why do preachers and priests never disclose their salary? Because of that cash basket on Sunday. Because of that nice cash basket on Sunday. I don't have a cash basket, Josh. I don't have a cash basket that comes to my home. Everything I make is taxed. Everything the church makes is not taxed. Samuel says, this is why I drive an SUV, so it will warm the planet. Well, that is charity. Well done. I love that. That's pretty good, actually. That's pretty good. You're obviously no better. Oh, no, I am. I am much better, my friend. Dude, it's mostly church members that volunteer their time at homeless shelters and food drives. Believe what you want. Believe what you want. You just glaze over the matter of fact that I bring to the attention. That all of this money goes into churches tax-free. They don't have to report it. No one, it's like all of this slush fund that you don't even know how much money the church you go to makes. But it is 90% empty. You don't even come and discuss with me the raw facts that I give you. You just come and, come from the left side or the right side and you make this argument that has nothing to do with the main discussion that I'm bringing up. Nothing. Jesus tells you to, so why don't you? Well, I don't do drugs, so I don't speak to Jesus. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. God cannot prevent evil. He's not all controlling. Most religious authorities are heretics. That is an interesting statement, Ginger. God cannot prevent. Well, look. If you believe in God, an all benevolent God, He's not all controlling, that he basically stays out of the affairs of the universe. That includes humanity, which is just a salt and pepper fraction of the size of the universe. Most religious authorities are heretics. Ginger, you might, yes, heretics is a religious term. Most religious authorities are basking in the benefits of religion. They are basking in the benefits of all the free money coming in, tax-free money. I will guarantee you that the last salary in a church to get cut is the head priest. At the first funds that go into the church go to the head priest, and then what's ever left over, we'll do a bake sale. Can we do a bake sale? Okay, we got to. We'll get the kids hockey. I played hockey. Soccer, football, or baseball, and they sent us to the houses to go grab bottles. Right, kids are great slave labor. Right. It was us that we had to go pick the pop bottles up. But at Josh, God has the power to give them a hold, supposedly. So why doesn't Cheesy makes a good point. God has the power to give them a home, supposedly. So why doesn't he or she Entertainment is probably one of the biggest reasons our dollar is so inflated. Entertainment? Inflated? Entertainment? I mean, I worked on Wall Street for many years. The entertainment business is a tiny fraction. A tiny fraction. Microsoft in itself is bigger than the entire entertainment industry. One tech company is bigger than the entire entertainment industry. I'm not sure what you're. What? I mean, maybe you got an argument there that I'm not seeing. I'll give you that levity and kind of Cheesy says tax the churches. Yes, I wouldn't be. You know what? Cheesy. Let me put it a different way. Audit the churches. Audit the churches. Audit. There's nothing more powerful than undergoing an audit. Because look, your parishioners are shareholders. They're giving you the money. You need to be accountable to the shareholders. So, Cheesy, I would just say audit the churches. Because if you audit them, we know how much money's coming in. That includes cash proceeds on top of everything else. That would be a healthy thing. That would also be healthy for the churches, ironically. It would be. It really would be. Mitch says, this guy is an effing joke. Cheesy says, Ginger, I'd argue that they bask in the abuse and heresy of the religion. Could be. Yeah. Josh says, we have only one word for that. Did you house all the homeless in your state? No. Well, then I can say that you're just as bad as Josh because you didn't do enough for all of them. Look, if the government is going to give me tax-free money where I don't have to report my income or report anything that I do, these charities, which includes the churches, are under. Again, you don't even answer. No one will answer. Yeah, like Cheesy. Yeah, you make a good point. Like, yeah, that's. But anyone and you see, right? Like nobody answers the real question. They just keep skirting the real issue. Why aren't the churches open? Right, Cheesy? Why aren't the churches open? 95% of the time they open up for Sunday morning and Sunday evening. That's it. All of their money comes from donations, which are 100% tax-free, audit-free. The government can't touch it. The government can't even lift the covers and look in. Why don't we? Let's just take a look. Let's take a look. Let's see how much these preachers are making. Let's see where the money's going. That was for Josh. Yeah, no, I got that, Cheesy. Yeah, I got that. Yeah, I got that. Yeah. Ginger, Mary Magdalene understood Jesus' philosophy better than any of the 12 disciples. Love is the merger of two identities that is more than the sum of its parts. That's a fairly, that's an interesting statement, right? Philosophically, there's a lot of things that can be discussed. From a finite perspective, look, I'm not. Here's the problem. Anytime you just say things that are a matter of fact, the people that have the blind faith interest attack. They attack ferociously. I haven't called anyone names. All I said is, like, I passed these two churches and they're empty 90% of the time. That's all I've said. That's all I've said. And then people come in and viciously attack me. They don't even go after that question, that problem which I state. They say, well, Danny, how come you don't let people in? You know how much fucking money I've given to people to help them? You have any? I have given so much money to people, and under the guise of lending it, expecting, I know I'm never going to get it back. I don't. I know I don't. If it helps friends or someone that I know, get them out. You know what? Fuck, it's the cost of friendship. And I can't write it off. I can't write it off like a church can. A church can write all that shit off. I can't. This is after tax money for me. It's not even an equivalent. You don't even come close to touching the subject that I bring up. You skirt the issue by pointing the light in a different direction without ever questioning your blind faith into how this money is spent that you give without knowing ever how it's spent. There's no way you could know how it's spent because there's no audit trail. They're not required by law to even have an audit. So what are we talking about? I fucking have to file taxes every year. They don't like what they see. They come and freaking audit me. That doesn't happen with a church. So stop pointing the light at me. I get my ass roasted. We all do as citizens, but not the church. But yet you always not want to talk about that subject. Josh says churches for profit are indeed evil. Nobody should argue that, but people confuse church with the religion as the same. I see a need for church, but I don't got one. That's an interesting statement. Yeah, I mean, Cheesy said, whoop. Oh, what the hell? What happened? Oh, there you go. Cheesy says, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I assume that was me. I think. But what Josh says, I mean, that's an interesting look. People of faith, if you have faith, blind faith, you believe in God, you got to hold your own churches accountable. I'm not going to do it. You know what? You give your money to these churches. I don't give my money to those churches. And there's no fucking way I will. I will give my money to those organizations where I know 95% of the money goes to the people that are affected by the problem. The first chunk of money goes to the preacher, and it goes to everything dealing with that building being open or not open 90% of the time. If you gave your money to actual places, charities, where they're 95% a giveaway, and these charities are measured. Churches aren't. They're not under the same guise of these charities. Churches are under a whole different idiom of reporting. They don't have to report how much money they help. But charities are marked, registered. They're accountable. I would give my money to a place that I know gives 90, like Tunnels to Towers. They're 90, I think 96% of their money goes to people. 96%. It's the highest rated charity in the United States. That is insane. That's where you know if you give $100, $96 is going to go help somebody. There's no way you can say that for any church, period. Creative, let's talk science. I know, right? Creative. I know we should talk science. I don't know why it kind of like science oftentimes devolves into this, and actually it was my fault because I did bring it there because I did bring up the idea that I pass 2 churches every single day that are empty. So arguably it's me that fanned the flames of. Ginger says, we should not, however, create situations which degrade, diminish, and deteriorates the will of reality, which is that which deteriorates others. Yes. If I understand what you're saying there, look, the greatest thing, there's one thing, the greatest thing that has helped all of humanity out of poverty, it's science. Science is the one superpower. The only thing that religion can give us are more scrolls, are more 2,000-year-old scrolls from old caves, from old men and women, cavemen that put these scrolls into these caves thousands of years ago. It's historical, archaeological evidence. That's all religion can give us. Philosophical arguments for this and that, yada, yada, yada. Science gives us real stuff. If that's, creative, that's kind of where you're going. You talk about real science, you talk about science. This is what science does, right? Science. Could you imagine if I told you 50 years ago that the average person will have a computer that is more powerful than the sum of all computers in the world. This computer is more powerful than every computer combined 30, 40 years ago. This one little piece. This is science. This is the freaking power. So, and everybody, almost everybody, even in poverty, owns a computer this powerful. That's science. That is science. Pamela says, hey guys. Pamela says, bye guys. Pamela says, poof. Hey, hi. Bye, Pamela. Josh, wrong. Religion gives us nothing. It gives some people spiritualism. Hey, look, I am one of those people that believes that the church needs to be there because so many people require that support structure. I was wondering if you thought that we were the products of accelerated revolution. Do you believe it was just humans coming across better nutrition? Oh yeah, I think I touched on that. Yeah, no, I think accelerated evolution is kind of showing itself. It's showing itself in even just in puberty comes sooner. Babies are walking sooner. A sexual curiosity is coming sooner in kids. There seems to be a propensity for an acceleration of you know what I mean, right? Zach says, what this reflection orbital space mirror is all about. What this reflection orbital space, I'm not sure. What orbital space mirrors? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Josh says it offers a choice. Hey, choice is fine. I'm just talking accountability, and choice is excellent. Yeah, choice is good. I'm talking accountability. Accountability in all things, right? Accountability is, or possibly a higher being. Well, no, I don't. No, I don't. I'm an agnostic. I don't believe the idea of a higher being would, to me, would be like at the most sincerest scale would be like a 10th dimensional being that creates things on a massive scale. This universe might be one of only multiple, and a third dimension would probably be so. For a 10th dimensional being would be so irrelevant to it, it wouldn't even care. It's just like this, it's like, if you got let's say you got the NHL, this would be like a Pee-wee Bantam team, right? Like where 10 and 11-year-olds play compared to the NHL or like elementary school compared to the NFL. I don't believe that there is an entity that is controlling whether I turn left or right tomorrow. But a higher being, look, simulation theory by default, simulation theory suggests that there is a higher being that created a computer program that is that which we live in. So the computer programmer, that would be, again, this entity would be so far beyond us. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson, I remember he was very atheist. And now he holds open to the idea. He holds very much open, Neil deGrasse Tyson, on the idea of a simulation. The simulation idea has taken root, and it has legs. Josh says, in order for evolution to even be possible, it has to be allowed through genetic code. How do we have rules of code, a book, without an author? Well, genetic code it's pretty simple because everything in that from bananas, even bananas share like 64% of our DNA. Like literally bananas, freaking bananas, blueberries, like these things, everything alive today shares a significant amount of DNA with each other. Significant. We are related to everything. That's, and that's like, this is, I mean, it's not, these things aren't made up. Science doesn't care about, science just cares about 1 + 1 = 2. Like, science doesn't care about religion. It doesn't. I don't care about religion. Hold your own faith. Love it. Own it. All I'm saying is that, churches are empty 90% of the time. That's all. That's the only thing I said. It's just a matter of fact. It has nothing to do with secularism or, actually it does have to do with secularism, but it has nothing to do with existentialism or nothing to do with spiritualism. If you believe in God, believe in God. I'm just saying, look, churches sit there empty 90% of the time. I'm not saying anything about your religion or the existence of God or anything. It just is what it is. Genetic codes, if you look at the DNA strands of every single thing of life on this planet, there's a shared DNA strand between all things multicellular. Those things that are multicellular share, what are we like only 6% different from a frog? What's that number? How let me type that up. How different God, I'm still getting over this cold. Oh, I should say as a percentage. Oh, okay, that didn't give the answer. How similar are, similar is frog DNA to so it basically says 80 up to 80 at least 80% of human genes linked to the counterparts in the frog genome. About 90% of the time, neighboring genes in frogs are the same. So here, gene neighborhood. About 90% of the time, neighboring genes in frogs are in the same order as in humans, showing deep evolutionary conservation. So even frogs have a 90% similarity to us. People aren't making this up. Like, has nothing to do with, people don't, science doesn't make this up to attack religion. We don't care about religion. Own your religion, keep it, own it. I just ask, why are churches empty 90%, 95% of the time? That's all I ask. I'm not asking an existential question as your belief in God. Believe it. I'm just asking, why are these churches fucking empty when families are homeless? The conversation doesn't have to go beyond that. Just answer that question. Zach, I guess a company is going to try and put 4,000 space mirrors in orbit to shine light. On a particular parts of Earth. I've heard of that. I've heard of that. Plan my California startup reflect. Yes. As a matter of fact, I had, you know what? Yeah, right. I had some space news I was going to talk about tonight, but I got yakking too much, and I had to push it into tomorrow. Yes, I had that I read that today. Did you read that? Did you read that today? A controversial plan by California startup Reflect Orbital to launch a constellation of large orbiting mirrors to reflect sunlight onto Earth's night side, creating sunlight on demand for solar firms, agriculture, and disaster relief by sparking major concerns from scientists about extreme light pollution. So yeah, they're talking about creating an array of orbiting satellites that reflect sun back onto the dark side. But they're also talking about data centers and all these other things that this would. It's an interesting thing, Zach. It is very interesting. Yeah, I read that. I'll probably read that news release tomorrow. What is the view of Texas making adult? What is your view of Texas making adult content illegal? That would depend on what is adult content and what age is illegal. Texas making I don't live in Texas. Texas is making all adult content illegal. Oh, I guess, yeah, but even adults, right? It requires websites with significant adult content to implement a strict age verification. Okay, like government, that's okay for Texas users to shield minors, a requirement upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court. If the Supreme Court held it up, okay, well, that's law. That's what else do we need? If the Supreme Court holds it up, I know it's mostly conservative justices, but even the conservative justices have proved that when it comes to points of reason, they may even act in many ways like a liberal. Especially Roberts and what's his name, right? Leading to sites like Pornhub blocking Texas access due to privacy concerns and potential First Amendment clashes. The law creates barriers for adults, sparking debate over free speech versus child protection, with critics worried about censorship and chilling. So I don't know. So I would say if it infringes upon the rights of the adult to... Now, obviously, the content must be consistent with the laws, obviously. I've never watched porn. I'm not a porn guy, so I don't know. I understand the attraction. It's a powerful human attraction. Obviously, if people are being abused, especially minors, that is nothing but a bad thing. Now, I know that you're talking about this specific law. I don't know specifically what Texas is discussing. There is a balance between the rights of the individual to view such content versus that content being within the realms of legality, being also ensuring that people who are whatever the government says, look, this is the legal age restriction. If it's 21, 18, 16, whatever it is, there's a huge balance there. Whatever that balance is up to the voters to decide. So to answer your question, creative, I don't have enough information. There's a balance there that has to be met. Texas can be very conservative, right? They are a very religious state. So it is, the people of Texas have to figure that out. If it balances all points of view, then it's going to be okay. So I guess that's where I stand, because I do believe that each part of the argument has validity in its stance. I think you probably agree with me, right? If it goes too far against, then there's got to be it'll probably lose in the Supreme Court if it goes too far. Anyway, our brains are Ginger. I like this. I like the way this starts. Our brains runs simulations every time we think. That's true. I wouldn't disagree with that. What separates us from higher being is that we can self-develop somewhat. But we cannot yet self-evolve. Correct. That's a fair statement. It's a fair statement. If we could self-evolve based on our thoughts, oh, geez. But look, AI might bring us there, right? If we get inorganic conversations happening with organic conversation or signals, right? If our brain, this is so powerful. Listen to, look, guys, understand this. This is how Neuralink. If we get inorganic computer chips communicating with organic brain matter, if these electronic communications become seamless, so that communication from an inorganic entity input goes through organics, goes into our brain, blind people will have vision the next day. Blind people will see the very next day. Holy, could you imagine? And that depends on inorganic receptors, computer chips, communicating with our brain, because basically what becomes our brain? The camera, this thing right here. Everything that you are seeing with me, with this camera, will become images that are translated into someone's brain. And they will, theoretically, they'll have better eyesight than us. Theoretically. Hearing. And that's even simpler, right? Smaller files. MP3 files are much smaller than MP4 files. Much smaller. Much. It is, look, I understand where AI is scary. It is. And we might turn into Borg once we start putting chips into our brain. But we will quadriplegics, paraplegics, all these things that require a brain interface that is somewhat not working with the rest of the body could be fixed very quickly. We're talking an overnight fix for blindness. I don't know how many millions of people does that help? Hundreds of millions of people. I would be ecstatic for everybody, or people that have deprived hearing, people that anyone, even the nervous system that have palsy, different palsies. Maybe we can start setting up, computer chips within the body that fixes palsy. Palsy is a massive, massive disease that is inflicted on so many people around the globe. The benefits could Spock, right? The benefits of the many outweigh the benefits of the few. What's the saying? I mean, there's something there. It's kind of exciting for a lot of people. So, creative, is this the next one? Where are we here? Where did we? Sorry, creative. Sorry, wrong chat. Our brains are simulations. Okay, sorry. Church is within. April says the church is within. Well, no, the church isn't within. I pass the church two churches every single day, and they're not within me. They're just sitting there empty every single day. Empty. Massive buildings. They're just sitting there empty. And all I'm asking is a freaking answer. Churches within doesn't give an answer why these churches are empty every single day. Like B.R. Burns blocking out the sun, but in reverse. Zach, God complex type stuff. And that, hey, if someone believes in God, that's cool. I get it. Yeah. I mean, Zach. Ginger says, the prevalence of gene AMA and its production of amylase is what makes humans suited to eat starch-based diets. All humans carry 2 to 16 copies of these genes. Go potatoes. Potatoes, if you're going to have one, if you could only eat one thing, potatoes would probably be at the top of the list. But yes, there are some interesting things that happen within the carbohydrate side of food within our bodies. There's the argument that we weren't meant to eat. I think for millennia, for thousands of years, we were eating meat, right? We were meat eaters. Look, carbs do not agree with me. Carbs, I love carbs. I love carbs. They do not do my body any good. They don't. Self what? You're talking so much Shiat. Okay. I still, look, all I'm saying is these churches are empty for 90% of the time, and I still have nothing but, I think you just want to sound smart, but it's just not working on me. Yes, that's all I want to do. I just want to sit here and sound smart. I'm busted. Chris, you busted me. Oh, fuck, my grand plan is busted. You're like, wow. Can't we self-evolve due to neuroplasticity? I don't know the answer to that. That's maybe, sure. Yeah, that's all technology, bro. Yeah, well, I mean, this guy would be a good cult leader. I would be, wait a second. I would be the good cult leader. Are you saying I'm going to go religious? I'm going to open up a church and start taking money from people from blind faith and expect the 10% tithe from everyone that fucking comes to me and says, you don't pay me, you're going to go straight to hell? Is that what you're saying? I expect no one to give me money, and nor do I say if you don't give me money, you're going to go straight to hell. Holy, are you serious? Chris, are you listening to yourself? You've literally drank in the Kool-Aid. I don't accept money from anybody. I don't take free money. I don't have a tax-free benefit that tells that the government allows me to report, not to have to report any income, expenses, or nothing. I'm not the guy that has a 50,000 square foot building that sits there empty. You cannot even argue the question without attacking me. Your only way of arguing the point is to attack me. You cannot argue the simple point. All I said, I didn't even expect any of this to turn into anything. All I said was I go to the gym at 3-4 usually about 3:15 in the morning, and I pass two 50,000 square foot churches that are always empty, always, always. And you could do nothing but attack me. You cannot answer the frickin' question. All you do is attack me. Does that not say everything that you need to hear from yourself? And if it doesn't, I'm sorry, then you probably need to go home, go upstairs, reassess, and think, where is my money going to in that church? Where is my money? Maybe I should just give it right to the charities on the front line. Maybe I should. Or are you one of those preachers that gets a very healthy salary? Probably. Maybe. You're so smart. Well, you said it. I didn't. What do you want me to? You want me to say something back to that? Sean says, yeah, an overnight fix with the price tag attached. Yes. Can we see the price tag? Give us the fucking price tag. Merry Christmas to everybody. Hey, look, even if you believe in God, if you're religious, that's fine. I wish you a Merry Christmas. If you believe that the 25th is Jesus' birthday and it becomes a significant day for your religion, awesome. I don't take any of that away from you. I don't. I also like Santa Claus. You know? It's fine. You can keep I'm not even attacking your religion. I always say keep your religion, own your religion, be happy with your blind faith. All I said is churches sitting empty. You guys are so mean. Are you not listening to yourselves? You guys are the ones that are throwing insults. I just asked a simple question. You really are Michael, what did I say? You really are a cult and God will send you straight to hell. And if I ever find out what you're trying to do, I'm going to report you to the Pope and the okay. That is facetious, right? Michael. Okay. I know. Okay. I know. Okay. Should be that way. I know what you're, okay. Right. I think you're being funny. Ginger says the key to making carbs or starch. Hey, I like this. Okay, I love health. I love me health, right? I love working out. I do. I think working out is good for everybody. That doesn't matter whether you're religious or not. Work out. Do your body good. Work out. Lift weights. Intensity. The key to making carbs or starch. Amy Luz or Amy Lapison. Work fat. You is all about keeping fat very low so that your insulin works properly. Dr. Sweeney and Dr. Kempner knew what caused insulin. Well, yeah, insulin is the big thing, right? Insulin spikes. And carbs do that. White rice, easily converted from simple carbs into sugars. Your white breads, all of those carbs, right? Now potatoes aren't actually that bad. It's when you start putting the stuff on it that makes potatoes really bad, right? I do like cutting as many carbs out as possible. So if I have meats, I like having my meats without carbs. Or if I do, I love Brussels sprouts, broccoli, cauliflower. I try and stay away from eating carrots and peas and corn with my meat because that is high carb, right? I think this is what you're saying, right, Ginger? Like there is and everyone's body works differently. So, and that is, hey, look, biology is science. Biology is science. Building blocks. Josh says building blocks are building blocks. It doesn't take a rocket surgeon to see life is made of similar stuff. Cell variation outweighs the possibility of evolution being the one thing that unites life. I don't know where you're going with that. It doesn't take a rocket surgeon to see life is made of similar stuff. Oh, you're going back to the DNA, right? Well, the DNA is programming. Cells are not DNA. DNA is within the cells. So the DNA is the programming. The two have nothing to do with each other. The DNA is at the very root of cellular programming. The DNA programs the cells. Cellular variation outweighs the possibility of evolution. No. You're confusing cells with DNA. The DNA is not cells. Each DNA has a cell, and the DNA is a blueprint, is a computer program which tells what every cell within the trillion cells in your body what it's going to do. So that is incorrect. There is an AI channel on YouTube. I don't remember at this time, but it shows people 100 years in the future where they are tech addicted due to the dopamine flooding from electrical circuit. That's an interesting look. This is that gets to almost a philosophical argument. It's a philosophical argument which requires. Philosophy is not fact. Philosophy is, I always say philosophy is like math with words, but it doesn't ever get you to a definitive answer. It allows you to discuss things at a higher level. Look, there's not many people that could argue on a philosophical basis. I'll even say most people who are religious do not argue from a higher philosophical level. They argue from their religious orthodoxy level. And which is fine. Like I don't, it's April, but April says I agree. April, hey April, you can have a good Christmas, April. That's all I can. I don't, to you, April. Merry Christmas. And if you don't have a lot of family, neither do I. I'm going to be live for 8 hours on Christmas Day, 4 hours on Christmas Eve. So if you're not doing anything on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, come say hi. I'm not. I don't. We don't have to talk religion. We don't. Again, I don't take anyone's religion away from them. I'm not once have I attacked anyone's religion. I'm not. I don't. Creative is their one positive to blind faith. That is, they made awesome music. That's true. I think it's true. That is true. It is good music. It is good, very good music. Yeah. Agreed. Vaccinator 1 came to troll, but your vibes are good. Carry on. Okay. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. I only say what I feel or what science compels me to say. Again, I never attacked anybody, but people just come here and attack me. All I said was churches, 50,000 square foot churches sit vacant 95% of the time. 2 of them, I drive by them all the time. That's all I said. Why are you attacking me? That's it. Answer the question. Don't attack me. I'm not attacking your blind faith. I'm not attacking your religion. I'm not attacking your desire or credibility or why you choose your religion. I don't care. It's yours. I'm just asking why 50,000 square foot structures sit empty all the time. Church is a corporation. It is a nonprofit corporation. It's even one up than that. It's not even nonprofit. It is nonprofit. You won't even fucking look at the numbers that I pull in, and and go to hell. I mean, I shouldn't say that, right? No, they can't. Nobody can open up the books of the church. Nobody. It is utter. Nobody is accountable to the church. And when no one is accountable, that is when everything goes wrong. Even if you're religious, you have to agree that humanity is what corrupts everything. If you want to say that God is benevolent, it is humanity that corrupts the things in the church. I think that would be something that most religious people would agree with me on. If let's just assume that God is real and that his benevolence and everything is what it is, then it is the literal humanity, the people, the humans that are inside those buildings that are corrupting it. All right. So, working out at 4 a.m. is borderline worth and unsubscribe. What? Working out at 4 a.m. You wouldn't work out at 4 a.m., Zach? There is no hell. Well, yeah. Well, if you watch Event Horizon, the movie Event Horizon, they went to an extra dimension, which makes you think that, is there a dimension, right? I mean, the multiverse, the dimension thing. In the sense of hell, look, heaven cannot exist because a place that has no entropy cannot exist. Entropy is the law. Well, April, I would not disagree with you. I wouldn't disagree with you. As a matter of fact, you could say this earth is hell. We're living in hell right now. It's gonna get more hellish. Ginger, I couldn't even keep fat off my body until I started eating mostly carbs and very little fat. Oh, wait a sec. I couldn't keep fat off my body until I started eating mostly carbs and very little fat. That's interesting. Everyone's body is different. I cut carbs out, Ginger, and but it's very hard for me to cut out carbs. It's very hard. Like it is. I love potato chips. I love me French fries. I love me bread. I love me rice. I love it. And I need to fight pancakes, all that stuff. English muffins. Have you ever watched Beard Meets Food? Beard Meets Food, the guy that I love Beard Meets Food. I do. I think he's freaking awesome. I do. I think he's hilarious. He just put out a new YouTube video yesterday. He lives in Leeds, England. And so basically what he does, he will eat 10, 15,000 calories in one day, but he bases his calories in 1 week. So if he eats that much, he will have 1,000 carbs or calories in one day. So he does it on a weekly basis, but he is just hilarious. He had his Christmas special out yesterday. If you want some good fun stuff, go watch Beard Meets Food. I think Beard Meets Food is. I think he's. Yeah, I love me. Anyone could enjoy Beard Meets Food. Like the guy's a good guy. Like he is. I think he's a good guy. Anything sweet will cause insulin spikes. Yes, creative. Yes, and that includes fruits. That includes carrots will cause insulin spikes. Peas, corn is the worst. Corn is in everything, right? That is why a shit ton of people have insulin resistance, but drinking sugarless by drinking sugarless Coke. Yeah. Even if you have a piece of gum before you eat, it tells your body that sensation of chewing and sweetness, and your body instinctively boosts your insulin. So you shouldn't chew gum before you eat if you're trying to hold a low insulin diet. It's very interesting, the whole thing. Ginger says, no, I'm saying that insulin resistance is caused by too many grams of fat in the diet, and that carbs increase insulin sensitivity, which is good. It allows insulin to transport and metabolize carbs. But insulin is also the precursor for stored fat, right? So that's why bodybuilders, to their detriment and why they die, is they will have chicken and broccoli. Chicken and broccoli. And then they suck all the moisture, the water out of their system, and then they have a heart attack on stage. Everyone's body is different though, Ginger. Everyone, right? I think we'd agree with that. I know people that are ectomorphs, and they will eat McDonald's all day long, and I hate them for it. You son of a bitch. I would love to eat McDonald's all day long and just have it flow right through me. April, happy holidays. Absolutely. Everybody, happy holidays. I'm going way over on this stream, but it is happy holidays. Yeah. A safe holiday for everybody, whether you're religious or not, whether you just, hey, you know what? Just be good to the people around you. That's all that matters, right? Be good to the people around you. That's, you know, April, I love your smile. You got that profile pic and I love your frickin' smile. Like that smile tells me this is a person I would want to, you know, hang around. Like, you know, I just see you carving up the turkey with that smile. That smile right there. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. Are we? Holy geez, there's a lot of you guys are commenting a lot. I do not have family. I'm with you. Oh, April. Okay, well, you know what? You can pop on Christmas Day, Christmas Eve. I love what you have to say. I love what you have to say. Like again, I love the profile pic. It's the way of the interwebs, man. Yeah. Yeah, I just yeah. Creative. I love you. April, I like what you had to say about the preacher having a big income. Well, we don't know what his income is because he doesn't have to disclose it, but I'm sure it's bigger than yours or mine. It's a nice car. You know where the preacher's in because the Lexus is pulled up. Just look, but I have also no doubt that there are frugal preachers. There are as well. So I don't want to make it sound like I have this blinding. It's no way to have an opinion on any group of people or anyone to say all preachers are bad. No. No, there's some very fine preachers, very fine ones, but they also don't have to disclose the money. Ginger, most diabetics cannot fathom eating less than 10 or 20 grams of fat per day, but if they did, their insulin would start working in 3 or 4 days. Then they can actually metabolize carbs like me. Ginger, I don't know enough about it to have a comment. You, for all I know, you're hitting the nail on the head. I don't know the relationship with fat. I just do know with carbs. And I have a friend who was a diabetic, so I don't know. I don't want to make a comment that discredits you or says anything alternatively. So I just have to say if you know that to be true, then I will nod and say all right, yeah. April, yes, yes. Ginger. Or the Barley Men Gladiators. Okay, hold on a sec. Who are the Barley Men Gladiators? Who are the Barley Men Gladiators? I do got Barley Men. Oh, you mean Roman gladiators, nicknamed for their staple diet of barley and beans? Oh, okay. Yeah. So I have heard about that. A huge. I remember I did a video on gladiators, like the real gladiators, and jumping into this. Were Roman gladiators nicknamed for their staple diet of barley and beans, a cheap carbohydrate-rich, mostly vegetarian diet that built strong bodies, provided energy, and created a protective layer of fat for surviving combat, according to archaeological findings and historical texts. This high-carb, low-meat diet was fuel for endurance, yeah, exactly, making them powerful but fleshy fighters. I totally get it. Often consuming a porridge called the hot pot and a bone-strengthening ash tonic. I have heard of that, yes. And of course, meat was so expensive that they tried to, and gladiators were expensive too. Gladiators were the celebrities of the time. They were the George Clooney's, the Brad Pitts, the Tom Cruises of the time. Main foods, a porridge of mash and barley, beans, especially fava beans, and sometimes wheat. Nutritional strategy was the high carbohydrate intake provided energy, while the plant-based diet led to higher body fat, offering cushioning against sharp weapons and slowing blood loss. Bone health, they consumed a drink made of plant or bone ash for calcium to strengthen bones. Nicknamed hereditary, Deary. Oh, geez. Barley men, in brackets, barley men. We'll say barley men. Was a term used by Romans sometimes mockingly for these plant-eating warriors. Archaeological proof: bone analysis shows low meat low meat and dairy, high strontium, which is plant-based, and high bone density, confirming the strong vegetarian diet. And of course, vegetarian diets back then were less expensive, so they need to maximize that. Why it worked? It was cost effective. There you go. And built the endurance and toughness needed for arena combat, similar to modern vegetarian athletes. And unlike what most people think, gladiators did not go in there and die every time. Like, it wasn't to the death. It was very rarely was it to the death. Now that happened, it did happen quite often, but there were fights that went to the death. And there were slaves at that time that were used for cannon fodder, I guess. That doesn't sound very nice. But yeah. So interesting. Yeah, that's an interesting. Yeah. So I think we all learned something. And that's the idea behind, look, we want to learn stuff, right? Ginger, good point. Awesome. I totally agree. The people mess it up. Yep. Humans would fuck everything up. Us humans will fuck it up. Just give it to us to handle. We'll fuck it up. April. Right. Heaven is within. I like that. Heaven is within. I like that. Heaven is also what we put out. Without getting into the religious aspect of it or the religious definition, which I don't subscribe to. But the idea of heaven, yeah. Creative asks, how are you doing, April? Ginger, that's for type 2 diabetes. Type 1 diabetes cannot produce insulin. The beta cells in their pancreas have been destroyed from autoimmune response to beta casein. Diabetes is a complex. Yeah, you know more than I do. April responds back. I'm good, and you? Doing well, thank you. There we go. We got some chat camaraderie. Well, thank you for asking. Absolutely. Merry Christmas to everybody. Frickin' Merry Christmas. Can I give me a hell yeah? Come on, give me a cut. Merry Christmas. I know I will have 0 presents under the tree for me. I asked everyone not to buy me. A Christmas present. Nobody. I said their friendship, the fact that I know them, is enough for me. Give me a phone call. Text me a happy Santa face. I don't care what it is. So I hope nobody stops by and gives me a present. Because, look, save the money. Keep your money. Put your money away. Like, keep it for your friends and family. Keep it for yourself. Right? What part of the world... April, what part of the world are you at? Creative is asking. April says, really? I'm blushing. Look at that big smile on April. I love a good smile. You know what smiles do? They make the world a better place. That's what they do. I'm carving up tamales. My best friend... One of my, I say top 3 best friends. He's in Los Angeles. I lived in Los Angeles for 20 years, and he's there. And he's Mexican, right? Mexican family, Mexican everything. And they got the full on Mexican spread, like tamales, everything. I was just talking to him today. Just fucking love it. I love culture. I love different cultures. I love it. I love Indian food. My favorite food is Indian food. I love Indian food. Tandoori chicken. Ooh, there's no better chicken than tandoori chicken. Nothing. There's no better chicken. I will do most definitely. Absolutely. You know, Zach is back. Did we just witness a match made in heaven? That doesn't exist. Maybe this is dimension 0 Dateline. Are you lonely and single? We'll hook you up. can't believe I'm going this long. 3 hours. Holy shit. I'm enjoying myself. You know what? That's what I am a people person. So when I enjoy the company of the people, and even over the electronic medium, when you enjoy people and the stuff, it's hard to leave it, right? And that's just, however, you can eat a ton of plus I'm learning a lot of stuff too. You can eat a ton of fish oil, your inflammation goes down, right? I know that. Yeah, I'm pretty good with most of the nutrition. Goes down like crazy. Lost 60 pounds last time. I went on a high omega-3 diet. Yes, totally believe that. So like salmon, fish, you basically went on a lot of fish, right? Wouldn't surprise me. Fava beans with a nice Chianti. Oh, how about just a nice Chianti, right? Come on, right? What? We get it.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
It's Christmas. When you're half Mexican, I gotta get to that. I just saw what Creative wrote there. Sorry, I'm still getting over a cold here, so I apologize if I'm a little stuffed up. Ginger, yeah, except I don't think the barley men were fat. No, not fat. Yeah, I don't think they were fat. No, for sure not. I've eaten that way for 8 years. I stay between 5 to 10% body fat, and I gain muscle every year. Sometimes I strip muscle, but it comes back fast. Do you work out? I work out. So I used to be I kickbox for 8 years, and I've been in the gym since I was 13 years old. I do all sorts of different exercises. So that's big words. Oh my God, Ginger, you're using big words. Myonuclei retention. I've heard of it. I can't comment. I mean, I can. Myonuclei retention is a long-lasting presence of extra control centers, nuclei, in muscle fibers after growth, even if muscles shrink, creating muscle memory. Okay, that allows faster rebuilding of size and strength when training resumes. I like that. These added nuclei acquired through. So basically, what you say, muscle memory is a matter of fact, and it's based on mononuclei retention. These required during strength can persist for years, possibly 15 plus, and enable quicker recovery from inactivity, making it easier for people, including older adults. So I can tell you right now. I've been working out since I was, I started, even hockey and soccer and baseball, even before I was 13. But I've been working out in the gym my whole life as a kickboxer for 8 years, and then, working the bag, weights and everything like that. I'm 58 years old. I was out of the gym for about a year when I moved out of Los Angeles, because Los Angeles turned into an absolute, guys, Los Angeles is de-evolution in humanity. It is the worst thing you have ever seen. I spent 2 years just trying to get out, and I got out May 11th. So after 20 years, almost 20 years of being there, and I couldn't work out because I was downsizing. I was selling parts, trying to get out. But when I started working out again, it comes back always throughout my whole life. When I started working out again, it all comes back very fast. As a matter of fact, I can still almost do the splits. Another 2-3 months, I'll probably be right back to doing the splits. Your body responds quickly. And I always tell people, and I think health is so important. Health is science, my friends. Health is science. I don't mind when people tell me they're going for a walk, but that's exercise that's not working out. You need to challenge the muscles. Look at Chuck Norris at 85. Chuck Norris at 85. Sylvester Stallone at 79. This is science. Muscles want to be challenged. You have to challenge the muscles. Intensity, you see, how is intensity reflected in the muscles? Hugh Jackman is Wolverine, right? Now, is there some chemical assistance? I'm sure. I'm sure there is. But intensity is reflected in the muscles, in the body. So when you see, wow, that person's in shape, that's intensity being reflected in the muscles. I urge everybody, if your back hurts, if your leg hurts, if you hurts going up the stairs, I will guarantee you within 2 weeks of dedicated working out, 2 weeks at the most, you will feel better. You will feel like those stairs just became half as heavy. Guarantee you. If you feel bad, don't take the drugs the doctor says. Well, this will get rid of this. Guys, just join a gym. Join a gym. Make an appointment with yourself every single day. I'm probably speaking to the converted in a lot of people here. I love Florida. I love wakeboarding in Florida, April. I love wakeboarding in Florida. I do. April says, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Give me a hell yeah. Florida. Oh, Florida. Orlando? There's some great wakeboarding around Orlando. Create a gentle miracle. Ginger says, a lot of athletes use McDougall starch-based diets today. It was more common back in the ancient times. You're gonna make me. So one of the things I do in this channel, because science has an endless amount of terms, it's easy to just gloss over the terms without checking up on them. And McDougall starch. I'm going to go to AI mode. McDougall starch is, what do we got? McDougall most commonly refers to the starch solution, a health and weight loss program developed by the late Dr. John A. McDougall. 2024 was his when he passed on. Separately, McDougall is also well known for the British brand of baking ingredients. Core principles: starches comprise 50 to 90% of your plate. Approved foods: potatoes, sweet potatoes, rice, corn, beans, lentils, whole grain, pasta, and oats. Ooh. It strictly eliminates all animal products, meat, dairy, eggs, all vegetable oils, and highly processed foods. Health claims: proponents advocate it for reversing chronic. I mean, I can definitely share this. This is. Do you guys see that? How is it looking? Yeah. Okay. So this is what I'm reading. I'm at health claims. Proponents advocate it for reversing chronic illness like heart disease, type 2 diabetes, and high blood pressure, as well as for sustainable weight loss. Weight loss strategy. A popular variation is the 50-50 plate, where half the plate is starch and half is non-starchy vegetables like broccoli and leafy greens to lower calorie density while maintaining satiety. I know the word. Satiety. Oh my God. I was an English major university, but what happens is wine plus live YouTube, it's a problem. If you're looking for a thickening agent or flour, McDougall refers to actually, here we go. You know what? One word I couldn't say was Diogenes, the philosophers. I kept saying Diogenes. I couldn't. It's of course. I also took a lot of antiquity courses, so Diogenes, but I couldn't get Diogenes. I couldn't get to Diogenes. Look, the human mind, the brain is an interesting. Refers to 150-year-old brand often used in home cooking. Instant thickening granules, a starch-based product used to thicken sauces, gravies, and soups without lumps. It typically contains starch and vegetable oil. So this is actually contrary to a lot of what the keto, from a keto-based diet, right? Ginger, from a keto-based diet, this is very different. This is almost the exact opposite. I don't know if it would work good for me because carbs and all that stuff does me bad. It really does. Creative, yeah, has that half Mexican, half Norwegian. That is an awesome mix. That is an awesome mix, right? I was born in Brno, Czechoslovakia. I was a refugee, 9 months old when I came to Vancouver in '68. Most of my family is Central Northern Europe, Germanic. but I like my best friend in Los Angeles. He's Mexican, and it's like we always talk about moving to Mexico City, and opening up a pizza joint. Yeah, totally lonely and single. Oh, creative. It's okay because you are with friends. You are my friend. You can hang out with me anytime, my friend. All good. Definitely a people person. That's what we like here. Dimension Zero. We like science fiction, and people. Do not disrespect the individual. I think the consistency in my responses shows I will, even with people I disagree with. Look, we disagree with our opinions. Doesn't mean we have to get feisty. All right. There's no need to it. I got to go to bed and do concrete tomorrow. Damn, you're a working peep. You've been such a damn sweetheart, Dime Zero. It's been a pleasure. Keep it real, brother. Night Creative. I have tamales and lefse every Christmas. That's that's a Norwegian dish. April. I lift 3 to 4 times per week. Good. Oh, awesome. Yeah, Ginger. Look, you got to get the muscles, right? You got to get the muscles working. I love working the bag. And I circuit train. I work the bag. I do the punches and kicks, and then I do certain fairly basic exercises with the delts, because obviously you're doing a lot of delts when you're punching a bag. Kicking is a high calorie exercise because you're moving your legs, you're kicking the bag, you're working it. But whatever you do, you need to challenge your body. You need to challenge your muscles. Walking is not enough. The faster you walk, the better. I would say start with 2-pound weights on your ankles, then put 5-pound weights on your ankles, put weights on your wrists, or hold weights in your hands so you can do something with weights. You got to do that. Creative. Anywhere else we can chat? I think that's too. We hooking people up. I am 58. Yes, yeah. I am 58. I just turned 58. So you know what I'm thinking about doing? Here's what I'm thinking about doing. I'm 58. You know who else is 58? Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is also 58. Joe Rogan is 5'8". I am just under 5. I am 5'9". I call myself 5 foot. Call myself just under 5. Let's just say we're both 5'8". Okay, I got the height advantage on Joe Rogan, just a little bit, like that much. 58, 5'8". 58, 5'8". Now, granted, he's been in MMA a lot longer than I've been in kickboxing, right? A lot longer, so he'd probably fucking whoop my ass. But I've been thinking about calling his people, right? So I've been practicing, right? I mean, I started off with boxing with Willie DeWitt's trainer. Willie DeWitt was a silver medalist, heavyweight champion. So I got really good boxing format. And my kicks have always been fast. I only do 3 kicks is all you need to know in kickboxing. Everything else is just wasted kicks. I think most kickboxers will tell you that. So I'm thinking about, contacting Joe Rogan's people and say, hey, Joe Rogan, you want to go down with a normie? Just a regular guy. Danny out. Just a regular guy. 58, 5'8", 58, 5'8". You want to throw down, Joe Rogan? You want to fuck with a little bit of this? You think you can take this? I don't think you can. I'd probably get my ass kicked, but that's okay. It's just like, what's his name this past weekend who got his jaw broken in 2 places, right? It does. I'll take the broken jaw. Rogan?
Joe Rogan, oh yeah! You got nothing on me.
If you got the balls, Joe Rogan, your people will call me on Monday. Wait, it is Monday. Tuesday, your people will call me tomorrow. If you got the minerals, Joe Rogan. You got the minerals? I'm talking to you, Rogan. Frickin' talking to you. I'm just a regular dude. I'm not some guy that spent frickin' how many years at MMA. This is my religion. Just kidding. Did you buy that? I'm not a violent guy. I'm not. In the ring, I am. In the ring, it's different. Me and Joe Rogan, that's different. Me and Joe Rogan. Oh, I think I'd fuck him up with my spinning back kick. I would fuck him up with my spinning back kick. Holy jeez. April. Yeah. Oh, thank you, April. Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, thank you. I mean, I'd say smashing 58, lad. Holy shit. I thought you were 32. 32. I actually, a lot of people tell me when I'm at like stores and stuff, they don't buy my 58-year-old thing. They don't. I know. I think it's exercise. I think. Creative, I can still kick about head high. Thank you, Muay Thai. You know what? You don't have to kick head high. You just got to kick like right in the solar plexus, right? That's the key place. You hit the solar plexus, game over. You don't need to hit the chin. It's right around here, right? Right around there. And that's where the front snap kick, side kick. You can do the roundhouse right to the chin. Because if you do a roundhouse, that's the only place you're going to hit is the head. You hit the shoulder, it's just going to hit that. But your front snap kick, that's your best kick, right? It's like right into the solar plexus. And your side kick, your quick side kick, and those are, and that's why as a you gotta, as a kick, but you gotta keep your elbows in, right? So you turn, and it's so dangerous. It's so painful too. When you get hit, it's so painful. Oh my god. April, I'm 44. You look. I don't think I look better than you. I'm looking at your profile picture. You look awesome. April, you look awesome. Look at that smile. I turned 43 in less than a month. Creative. I would love to be 43 again. I would love to be 43 again. I would. I do feel young though. Like I look at people my age and I think they're my father. So I guess maybe, I don't know. Is that kind of, yeah, creative. You like younger men, April? Hey, what's that dating app called? I don't even know. I don't even know the dating apps. Like older women that creative? This is, I love community. You know what? When I started this channel, I always thought you get a community of fucking awesome people, right? I've never been against it. Highest I dated was 11 years older than me. Okay. All right. I wish I could give you information without doxing myself. I don't know. My last relationship was 58 and we just split up after 16 years. April, that's hard. Like, that's hard. Honestly, I think a lot like whatever channel you become sort of have an affinity with. And there's always going to be someone at the center, right? There's always going to be some person who is the focal point at the. I look at other science channels and I see no science channels like the one that I'm trying to create, which is the idea of open thought, open debate. We don't need to attack each other over different ideas. We can discuss them. But we can feel that we're a part of something. We can feel that we're with like-minded people that are synonymous with maybe our struggles and our hopes. I think that's a big thing, especially if we're alone. Like, I'm alone. I won't be at Christmas time with anybody. I've had friends that have invited me over, but I've said, you know what? I think I want to be online for a few hours to hang out with people that are probably like me. It doesn't matter to me if there's 3 or 20 of them or 100 or 500. Am I Ben censoring? Do you think altruism is inherently selfish? I'm going to have to refresh myself. The selfless concern for the well-being of others characterized by acting to help someone else at the... Oh, right. Yeah, right. Yes. I remember taking this in a philosophy class in university. The selfless concern for the well-being of others You know what? Oh, wait a sec. I just got to... How do I share this? There we go. This is an important point. I like this. Altruism. Is the selfish concern for the well-being of others characterized by acting to help someone else at a personal cost to oneself? The easiest example is Iron Man sacrificing himself, which was one of the look. I'm a screenwriter, and that was one of the most awesome scenes in movie recent history. That was a person who you could not shut up, right? You could not shut him up, and arguably he was selfish in some ways. He did the most selfish act by sacrificing himself for everything and everybody. And you could argue that was for family, that was for friends, and it was probably, yes, it was. It's a clear example. It's an easy example. And of all movies, it was in Avengers Endgame. That was altruism on the point of Tony Stark and Iron Man. While often associated with dramatic acts of heroism, oh, there you go. It also encompasses everyday gestures like holding a door. It does. The sum of the parts equals a lot more than one large piece could ever be. If you go out I always tell people, don't worry, don't change the world. You'll never change the world. Just go out and change your part of the world a little bit. Can you imagine if everybody did the same thing? Just everybody, every single person. Psychologists and biologists categorize altruistic behavior based on its underlying motivation or recipient. Genetic altruism, selfless acts directed towards close family members to ensure the survival of shared genes. Makes sense. Reciprocal altruism, helping others with the implicit expectation that the favor will be returned in the future. Pass it forward, right? Group selected altruism, acts that benefit a specific social group or community based on shared affiliation. Pure altruism, helping others with any expectation of without any expectation of reward or reciprocity, often driven by internalized moral or religious values. So that is without spending too much time on one subject. That is. I knew that word, that concept, altruism. Yeah. And the fact that it's not in the front of my vocabulary might say a lot about me. It should be front and center. But maybe it is, and I just don't define it with that word, right? Creative, sorry about that. April, you look better than do I look better than Joe Rogan? Oh, if I look better than Joe Rogan, you wait till 3 rounds. Me and Joe Rogan, 3 rounds. You wait to see exactly how bad someone looks after 3 rounds. I'll give Joe Rogan 3 rounds with me. And I'm sure I will get my ass handed to me, right? Just whooped. I know he's tough. He's tough. Well, I would have. So if I tell you what, if Joe Rogan ever accepted my 5'8" challenge, some normie guy, I would work out pretty hard. Like I'd say, give me 3 or 4 months, and I'd be in the gym, like just. It'd be a Rocky show, like rock. I'd get like if Carl Weathers was still alive, I'd call him Carl. He's hooking. Damn, what's wrong with you, Rocky? What are the 3 kicks you think are essential to kickboxing? Oh, that was the front snap kick, the side kick, and the roundhouse. So you could do the spinning back kick, which is just as fast. If you're right, so you gotta quickly spin and boom, and the idea behind the spinning back kick. So if you work, you got to work the hands, right? If you instinctually you get like a good left jab or a good right in, then you got usually with the left, right? Because your left will naturally spin you around. If you don't fight southpaw, your left will naturally spin you around for that. So if you connect with a good left hook or a left jab, or you spin around with that spinning back kick, and the momentum takes you with you. So you could do a spinning back kick just as good as a side kick, but your front snap kick, like just from your especially against an untrained. If you're in the street fight, look, your front snap kick will put the guy down. It's over. It's over. As a matter of fact, you might go to jail because you broke his ribs and he can't breathe and he's going to the hospital for 3 or 4 days. Just like what's his name, the fight this weekend, broke his jaw in 2 places. You don't fight a monster like that. What was the Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua is a freaking monster, man. That guy is a monster. I think he was being nice to Jake Paul, not burying him in the first round. The fact that he didn't die to me is an amazing accomplishment. Jake, oh my God, Anthony Joshua is a boxing phenom. The man is power. I don't know how he would do in the MMA because even if they're big, everyone goes down the same with a hit to the solar plexus. Doesn't matter how big you are. I fought guys that are way bigger than me, and it ended very quickly. But look, even Joe Rogan talked about him like a phenom that he is. This man is a punching tyrant. His punch would kill you and me. It would, these people are powerful. They are powerful. I am delusional. I've been called worse. I'm delusional. I've been called worse. I'm not sure how, but how come I never learned a spin kick? Is it a spin kick? Spinning back kick? Even a spinning roundhouse, a spinning back kick is one of the most. It's one of your best kicks ever. French kickboxing. What do I look French? I'm not. You know, I ain't no French. I don't even. No. Spinning back kick. Yeah, that's. It's one of your top kicks. Like-minded people. Yes. I like people that like people. People that like people that This is Christmas. I only have a little bit of wine left in my cup. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everybody. Safe Christmas. A safe Christmas for everybody. That's. Got one more little mouthful. Is there any way to message you directly, April? I don't know how to do that. Creative April? What is that? What is that? What is that dating? eHarmony? No, that's not Tinder. I'm thinking Tinder. Swipe left. What was it on? What was that? What was it on She-Hulk? They were making joke. I mean, She-Hulk was there. There were small pockets of brightness in She-Hulk. Look, I know that the online community were ripped She-Hulk apart. There were pockets of. Yes, she was a Mary Sue. You'd never want characters to be like that. You never. There are pockets of okayism in She-Hulk. It was 60% cringe. Actually, when I think about Stallion Gal, 75% cringe, 25%, 20% humorous. I don't know. April says, creative, I'm not real tech savvy, but if you can figure out how, I'm open to it. Fuck. If you want, I just got a new email. This is the dimension. That is the email for the channel. If you are so inclined, or you want to just, you can. I will forward. I will just think twice. Make sure, you can come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. Let's talk some more. I'm going to be on Christmas Eve as well, Christmas Day, right? But you can always contact Dimension Zero X, and if everyone agrees, where am I? Okay. Reminded me of Prime Tyson. Yeah. Oh, Prime Tyson was freaking scary. I would love to see. Look, we'll never see the greats. Like I remember growing up with Muhammad Ali, Friday Night Fights. That's what got me loving. I never thought that I would be in the ring though, taking shots to the head, because it's never fun. God, it's never fun getting punched in the head. Never. You never get used to it. You put headgear on, you get punched in the head. It doesn't matter. It freaking hurts. But if you took it would be amazing to see a Muhammad Ali at his peak versus a Mike Tyson as his peak. Any of the great fighters of their time at their peak. You know, I love watching Sugar Ray Leonard, right? The beautiful fighter. He's a beautiful fighter. Sugar Ray Leonard was beautiful. They don't make fighters like that anymore. I mean, Canelo has got, they all got their style. They're all, George Foreman, remember the fights back. There's some, yeah. This is, look, so if I had kids, would I want them to go into boxing or kickboxing? I don't know if I would. It's very hard, very painful, but it does teach you things. When you start getting hit in the head, it starts teaching you things that only getting. Merry Christmas to you, creative. Absolutely. Tyson versus Holmes. Tyson 1987 was a monster. Yeah. Holmes, I don't know if Holmes would have been. Holmes was like that. He was a sparring partner with Muhammad Ali, right? Holmes was that kind of in between guy. What was that guy? What was his name? Oh man, it is incredible how far boxing goes, and the Ken Norton. Remember Ken Norton? Oh man, Tim Witherspoon. Michael Spinks, Trevor Berbick. Remember Trevor Berbick? Mike Tyson. Evander Holyfield. He was a graceful fighter. And these are the heavyweights: Riddick Bowe, Lennox Lewis. Evander Holyfield came back in 1994 to win. So, I mean, George Foreman, remember the George Foreman fight in 95? He came back to win. I kind of thought that fight kind of looked like, I don't know, it didn't look as real as it should have. Evander Holyfield was a great, he had class. And he was a religious guy too, right? He was very religious. That doesn't, I'm sure we have much more in common than we have not in common. So but oh man, there's gone are the days where people held their titles for a significant amount of time. But I'll be here. All right, April. Yeah. That sounds good. I'll be here after making enchiladas. I want to make enchiladas. I'll be here tomorrow. All right. I will be here too. Boxing can wreck your brain. Yes, it can. Absolutely. I was a kickboxer for 8 years. I don't like. As a matter of fact, I got a cataract in one eye, and the doctor said that it very well could have been from the punches that I took, and that was when I was 32 years old. I got a cataract in my eye, and I had to get the surgery to fix that cataract. And he said, well, if that was the case, then it was very much possible for punching. Where was it? Tyson just had that crazy upper hook. He wasn't a great classical boxer. He was compact. If you watched him, he always kept in close, and he was almost Rocky style. Rocky has terrible boxing style, but Mike Tyson had his brawler style, and when he freaking hit, it was a train. It was a cement truck coming, boom! Oh my God. I remember fighting a couple of guys like that in the ring, and you just did not want to get hit. You're just terrified. What you don't understand, though, just like Jake Paul was in that ring, I have no doubt he was terrified. He was terrified of that over the top right punch from Joshua. It is. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, I see. It is, you never get used to the a guy like Joshua, when you're in the ring and you know you're with a heavy puncher, you get concerned, right? So you're in the ring and you're waiting. You know what the guy's punch is, right? You know what he's waiting for. He's waiting for you to connect with the overtop right or something, and you get magnified to protecting yourself that way. So much though, it affects your entire fight game, and you literally go out and you are like, you're scared, like you are. I don't know if scared is the right thing. As a boxer or kickboxer, you are concerned and you don't want to get hit with that person's. And with Mike Tyson, it was like he just snuck those punches in. I couldn't imagine. I mean, I've been there. I've been put down, unconscious. It's not pretty. Not a good feeling. It's not a good feeling. It feels like literally you're dying. And you wake up and you realize, oh, I'm alive. Thank God. It sucks. I know I can't fight because I know how to. And that could land me in jail and prison easily. Yes, it can. And especially if you're a trained fighter. I remember 20 years in Los Angeles, I had a couple of incidences. I had to tell people, look, I'm trained. But legally, I need to tell people. And luckily, it was diffused. And I think maybe the fact that I had to tell people that I was trained and that they had to, look, if you want to fight, you take the first swing. After that, whatever happens is up to you, my friend. It's up to you. But violence is violence always leads to negative things. Violence and anger will always lead to negative things. In the sport of boxing, kickboxing, it's a good thing. It's a fun thing. Yeah, Joshua. Oh my God, that guy's a freaking monster. I think he could have ended that thing in the first round if he wanted to. That guy's a freaking. I hate to feel the power of his punch. Yeah, for sure. Guys, whoa, my God. You know what? I went way longer. I mean, way longer. I usually, but it was we had some good conversation, met some nice people, and I really enjoy this stuff. I think it's time to log off until tomorrow evening. I'm back tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific, 5 o'clock Mountain, 6 o'clock Central. We're going to go into the history of Santa Claus tomorrow. We're going to do more science, a little bit more science, a little bit more Christmas festivities. Hopefully we'll be heading into the Christmas holiday and of course, I am going to be on for 4 hours Christmas Eve, 8 hours on Christmas Day. So you got nothing to do, by all means, stop by. We accept all kinds here at the Dimension Zero, even though we're a science channel. Come on by. We'll talk a little bit of Avatar because I'm a screenwriter, so we talk movies, man. We got to talk movies, sci-fi. Maybe we'll talk some old sci-fi, Event Horizon, maybe some old, I don't know, maybe Pirates. 8 hours is a lot of talk time. So, guys, I thank you for the evening, and I thank you for your conversation. I hope have a good sleep, be safe, and I will see you tomorrow evening here on Dimension Zero.
Okay, children, let's take our seats.
Yeah, baby. Do it live. Get it.